All right. Hello, hello. Happy Saturday, folks. We're going to get this party started here. Probably not like completely ready to stream, but we're going with it anyway. I'm ready. I'm ready to get going. Uh, yeah, hope you're having a good Saturday. We've got some good things planned here. I see old man and noob in the chat. Welcome, welcome. We are going to do some foundation labs today, and we're going to talk about Cisco Live a little bit before we get started. Yeah, the QoS is going well. Hey, Network Bra, good morning. Good Florida morning to you. Yeah, QoS exam guide's going well. Chapter 6, haven't really started it, if I'm being honest. Like yesterday, I didn't study very hard. The only thing I really did was I caught up a little bit of social media and I did my Anki flashcards for the day. So I got through those. There's about 20 cards, went well. This plus that, good morning, good morning. Wow, we got quite a few peeps here in the Saturday morning. That's good. Yeah, hope everyone's study's going well. Siri thinks I'm talking to her for some reason. And I'm not. She must feel lonely. Yeah, so review's going well. And the chapter I'm going to start, and I don't know if I'll do that tomorrow or Monday. We'll see. But traffic policing and shaping. He's been super helpful. I don't really even make notes anymore. I'm the same, this plus that. All my notes essentially go in one form or another into the Anki flashcards. So, and this whole thing of getting, making up or accounting for distance from a topic, that's kind of why I'm doing this based on the great advice of Tony E. or Show IP Interface Brief. He's like, yeah, Quinn, you're going to have you're going to end up getting distance from these workbook topics that you covered so well, and be aware of that distance. That Anki cards helps with that. I do say it's a tremendous help. It does tend to focus on the most recent cards that you created, because it's trying to get you to whatever it was like that you were missing or that you are getting wrong on the card. It's going to repeat those. So yeah, if like for example, I'm still getting a lot of questions about multicast. IPv6 multicast. Those are the most recent cards I put in. IPv6 addressing schemes. But here and there, it's popping in some of those multicast questions. That was when I started the cards after the written, pass. Some of the hexadecimal practice, it's been popping up. So it's helping to keep that fresh. Old Man Noon, I hate IPv6 multicast. Surprisingly, I enjoy it more than I thought I would, to be honest. I don't know if anybody uses it. Yeah, studying was a challenge. And I found, I'll tell you what, I found that with the approach to IPv6, multicast topics, QoS, I found myself dreading starting those topics. I'm going to be flat out honest. I'm like, yeah, BGP, cool. I want to dig deep. I have so little experience with BGP. Let me dig into that. Awesome. OSPF, cool. Let me dig into that. Yeah. And multicast, do I have to? But I have to say, my opinion has changed. That's generally kind of how my psyche works. And it's probably a human thing too, right? Something that you don't really completely understand. You have certain emotions towards. Those have melted away for me somewhat. I say they've melted down. Studying rather. The tech is cool, but it was a pain. I hear you. Yeah. I'm sure we're in the same place, old man noob, and I certainly understand what you're saying. I tell you what I don't enjoy, or have not enjoyed like I like to, and I don't fault the technology, but it's QoS, and I don't fault the technology. Like I said, I fault the materials. Until I found these books, this book in particular, QoS Exam Guide. I'm actually enjoying it now. I think that has a lot to do with it, which when you're learning a technology, like, do you have someone to work with? For example, programming is something that I'm learning more about now in my current job, cloud automation. When I was younger, I absolutely despised low-level programming topics. I took it in college and, had to do scripting. It was a means to an end. But I'm having to learn it now on the job, and I'm working with some people who are programmers, and that makes a big difference, I think, on things emotionally and attitude wise. So, yeah, it's been kind of a pain. The first week of QoS was definitely painful, but now that I have good material, there's good writers. I'm enjoying it. I'd say I am enjoying a lot more. So I hear you. I tell you though, it helped me with my last gig. When I got there, they had a very effed up config running across their network that students were abusing without networking group even realize it was being used, let alone abused. I have been there, old man noob, for sure. You come into a network, especially when I was doing consulting, and I was going, from one week to another, I was in a different network, right, looking at it. And you could tell when someone was studying for an exam and using their employer's network. And I always dreaded seeing that because I'm like, what little nougats are in here that are kind of not really done? Old man who says, what also helps is setting up things like software distribution over multicast. Yeah, and I tell you, I wish I had the knowledge of multicast that I do now. Back when I was doing server imaging and desktop imaging on traditional LANs. I don't know if anybody remembers Ghost, Symantec Ghost. It was called something else before. Excuse me, I hit mute just in time for that. And also with some of the projects I've worked on with wireless and the Apple TVs and things like that, multicast DNS. Yes, it was Norton Ghost. That's right, Network Bro. Yeah, Network Bro, we go back a bit, I guess, don't we? Like we know what the deal is. Yeah, Norton Ghost. Later became Symantec Ghost, I think. I'm not sure. As early as 2002 for me, I would put my first use, old man noob. You say you're an old man. I don't know if you got me beat or not. I consider myself getting there. I was using it in 1999, I think, or 2000. No, I was using it in 1997. We called it ghosting when you. Yes, we did. No, bruh, we sure did. Bring it back to good times. So yeah, this has been good. I'm looking forward actually to getting into traffic policing and shaping, and finally, hopefully understanding it at a much better level. Just like I'm much more, I stand on much more solid ground with queuing now, thanks to Chapter 5. Yeah, the good old times. Now, speaking of, let's talk about new times, right? Cisco Live updates. I've gotten email. I have an email. Okay, going back a ways. Remember the old scene from what was the film with Harrison Ford? Anyway, the guy's like, he had in his safe a printout of an email. Like, I have my get out of jail free card. Well, I have an email that from someone with authority who said yes, that they are going to send me to Cisco Live. So that's great. In fact, now they're asking me to remind them this next week because March 18th, the early registration discount goes away. So the next discount. So there are three there are actually four different dates that are important when registering for Cisco Live. The first one is March 18th. And that registration discount is $100 off of the regular conference pass. Then the next one is like April. It's not that much farther away than that. It's like April something. Like 2 or 3 more weeks after that, then the discount, there's a $200 discount that goes away. Then there's registration up to like the date of Cisco Live, and then there's on-site registration. So you could actually show up and register. Have fun getting the sessions that you want, though. That was also last gig. My Novell certs were anyways respected. Yeah. I've never been to Cisco Live, and I don't feel like I'm professionally ready for it. Man, don't let that hold you back, old man noob. You could be a fly on the wall at Cisco Live. I'm sure you wouldn't be, but you could be a fly on the wall and take in the experience. And they have all levels of. They actually have an executive track too, by the way. So industry trends, products, like salespeople go to it, and executives go to it. So you wouldn't even have to be a techie, but they also have a Cisco Live first-time attendees. They really look after first-time attendees, and they like partner you up with people, or you can partner up with people. So it's a great experience, and it's really, I think, in the networking industry, it's in the United States, it's the biggest. There's no conference that really compares to it yet in importance in terms of your career and exposure, and also seeing what's going on, and just it gives you a good kick in the butt, man. In terms of like you get really pumped, if anything else. So, but anyway, so that is great news. It looks like I'm going to get a full conference pass. And if by like the second week in March, I didn't have any confirmation from my employer, what I was going to do is go ahead and purchase the low end pass, which is like the attendee pass or whatever, $700 something. Let's pull it up. Cisco Live registration. Yeah, here's the packages. By the way, Melbourne, I think, is starting next week on Monday. So yeah, you have advanced, early bird, regular, and on-site. This goes through June 7th. So if you decided during the week of Cisco Live, for $200, basically $200 penalty, if you're doing the full conference, you could go and sign up, just show up. Explorer Pass is what I was going to get. And then I tell you guys, I was going to go on the cheap. Like I was going to go Explorer Pass, and I was going to go find like the Spirit or Frontier flight, like the cheapest flight. If I'm doing it on my own dime, I don't really like, I'm not a business owner per se. In other words, this would not be enough to where I could like get any sort of tax deduction, I don't think, on my taxes. But so I was going to, either way, I was going to go cheap. Explorer, I was going to go Spirit Airlines, and I was going to go with Airbnb, team up with people. And I still want to do that. Like, I'm not going to fly Spirit now. I try to avoid that when possible. But I am going to go and try to demonstrate to the company, this would be 2 years in a row that they had sent me, and they had never sent me before. And that's probably my fault. I'm just going to put the onus on myself. They had sent others, and I did not think that it was imposter syndrome. Again, don't let imposter syndrome stop you, folks. Ask for it, for your employer, and just go for it. I should have done it a long time ago, and I regret that I have not been earlier in my career. Yeah, I think you have to 10K in deduction before you can item. Yeah, and I'm nowhere near there. Like I own a home that I rent out, but yeah, I don't. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, the Explorer Pass. So the Explorer Pass would get you, if you're not aware, excuse me. And to be honest, it may not make a difference. If I get to use the learning credits, it doesn't look like it'll make a difference at all whether you're registered, early bird, regular or not. Where it will make a difference is booking the online sessions. So here's what happens. Yeah, Explorer Pass is affordable. The issue is that it's San Diego, and the rooming would, getting a hotel, and hey, old man noob, if you want to, if you register, I'm going to be looking for Airbnb partners where we can like rent maybe a house or something and get several people and like split the cost to rent a car or whatever. So in the Discord, also, we're going to be talking about that. It's going to heat up in a little bit. So we actually created a private, what's it called? Yeah, we have a Cisco Live channel. We created a private one too towards the end, and we were using it the whole time at Cisco Live. Like, hey, are you guys here for breakfast yet? Where, it was pretty cool. So anyway, be thinking about it. March 18th is the deadline for that particular pass. And I'm stoked, man. So I'm thinking about, I have some stickers that I purchased that I want to hand out there. And I'm thinking about like getting a bandana, like a Cisco Live 2019 bandana or something like that. I don't know, something crazy, but maybe some t-shirts, just for the fun of it, because Cisco Live is so much fun. It really is. It's tiring, but it is a blast. Yeah, there is a GNS3 update out. Normally, I keep up with GNS3 updates, but it's not the easiest thing to upgrade. Essentially, what I have to do is I have to blow it away and just rebuild it, unless they've updated the process for that, which I looked at the release notes. Doesn't look like they have. This is not a big enough upgrade for me to do. But if you're running GNS3, use it as your main lab. Definitely check that out. Old man noob would be the ancillary expenses that put it out of reach for me, unemployed. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I understand that, old man noob. I certainly do. I certainly understand that. Yeah, the food and all the other expenses. But what we will be able to do, old man noob, is look at the on-demand sessions. You will be able to view those. You can actually, and this is what I'm going to do different this year, just going back to Cisco Live for a sec. Last year, when I signed up, like the day they came out, so when you're booking your sessions that you're going to attend, and this is why it's important to register early, even if you're going on Cisco Learning Credits, because in March sometime, or April, they're going to say, okay, you can now register for the sessions at Cisco Live. So there's a big scramble for certain people. That's anyway is right. Like as soon as I found out, within an hour or two, I was online. I was booking my sessions. But there were a lot of sessions that I did not know much about. I didn't know if I wanted to go. I wasn't sure about the content. What I'm going to do now differently this year is I'm going to focus on the walk-in self-paced labs, because in a number of months after Cisco Live, I plan to register and take the lab exam. And I will be able to get a lot of practice for free at the walk-in self-paced labs. So I plan to spend most of my time there. In the meantime, I'm going to still fully book my schedule, whether I show up or not. But I want to get to certain sessions for people like Nick Russo, Peter Palick, people that I know that have really good sessions. Those sessions fill up very quickly. So that's why you want to register as early as possible and be prepared. What I'm going to do differently this year, though, I did that last year. What I'm going to do differently this year is I'm going to go to the Barcelona and the Melbourne session content. And the ones I'm not sure about, I'm actually going to watch first and see, or at least download a copy of the presentation. Some of those same presentations are going to be at Cisco Live US in San Diego. So I may not go to those at all, or at least I'm going to be a lot more aware by the time sign-up day comes around of which ones I really want to attend or not. Yes, thank you, Network Bro. There is an OBS update, at least on the Mac. I imagine on the PC as well. I did install that, by the way, so hopefully it'll be a little more stable. But yeah, those are my updates for today. We're about to start a lab anyway, Foundation Lab 1. We'll just go ahead and put these meat chunks out here. They may have been recycled. No, I don't think they were, actually. I posted a lot more in Discord, but these are at least a couple I thought are really good if you haven't checked them out yet. Very interesting about tools versus languages. This is my life right now in the cloud team. We're dealing with both. Like just this week, Let me tell you some of the tools that we used for our last sprint, which ended Thursday. We did our sprint review or demo. And this week we used bash scripting. We used, I want to say PowerShell or two. Yeah, I'd say that counts because we used, I think there was an Azure function that used a PowerShell runbook. We used C# code. We used an Ansible playbook and corresponding YAML files. Yeah, so it's interesting. You talk about tools versus languages. Yeah, it's we use a lot of different languages and a number of languages and a number of tools, right? So CI/CD tools like Git, Visual Studio Code. By the way, there is an update to Visual Studio Code as well, but you normally get those automatically. Anyway, good link. Interesting things to think about. Now let's get into Foundation Lab. Folks, I'm going to warn you right now. I plan to lab throughout the day. It may be multiple different sessions, though, not one long continuous section. For example, I have to help with my wife, man. She's great. She's supporting me. So I go sometimes help with some errands and like groceries and things like that. She's taking care of a number of those things a day. When she arrives, though, she's going to have groceries, so I'm going to take a break, go get us some lunch, and help unpack everything. So anyway, we got a little time. We're going to be able to get set up. I'm not going to show these on screen because this is disclaimer here. This is an INE Foundation Lab number 1. It is in the INE workbook, which is linked below in my channel, both on YouTube and on Twitch. You can purchase it for $2.99. I'm not going to show the contents of that lab, and in particular this diagram, although some of the other diagrams, most of the labs I do on this channel, the diagrams are available to the public and they're also linked below. This diagram is not. This is a special diagram I found out that is, so I have like here, do not show, and I may just get it to come up real quick and move it to this other screen. But I will be walking through the lab and we're going to be practicing all the fundamentals. So layer 2, layer 3, multicast, IPv6, all the way up to where I'm at now in the workbook, which is QoS. So I'm excited. Casadix. Good. Happy, well, for me, it's Saturday morning still. Hope all is well, man. You're just in time for us when we're kicking off some labbing. So let me rearrange the screen here. This is courtesy, by the way, Blue Origin. I need to update this because I don't want to show backgrounds that I just want to show public domain backgrounds, and I think I have the wrong, the wrong folder selected there. They automatically change. Anyway, there's our chat. Now we're going to get up the where's VS Code? I still need VS Code. I've already got the lab running. The lab is up and running in Azure. We're using Big Boy Labs today because it's 10 routers and 4 switches. So it's still like generally the INE sort of size. It's not the full-on, big lab. But I'm pulling up the workbook now, and the workbook consists of, well, this is called Advanced Foundation Labs. So there's CCI Routing Switching version 5 Foundation Lab 1 Tasks and Solutions. So we're just going to look at tasks now. It has a new set of resources. It has a new set of initial configs. So we're actually going to load those up now and create a topology for it. Fun by KK. Hey, finally caught you online, but I have hundreds of your videos to catch up on. Yeah, I know, man. There are a lot of. I'm up to four. I think I'm approaching 500 videos. Great to have you. Fun bike. I'm looking at your charity relief. I'm looking at your icon there. That's cool. Yeah, great to have you. It's a Saturday morning, so we're at least going to get started on some of these. I'm actually going to open this folder in VS Code. One thing I do not know is if these configs, like what, I don't know what interface types are using. It's probably using the CSR interface types, so I'm going to have to search and replace in all of them. Foundation Lab 1 initial configs, yeah. So what I can do is, let me just check one of these real quick. Yeah, it's using that. So I'm going to have to search. I'm going to search for gigabit 1 dot and replace all instances in this folder with gigabit 0/1 dot. Replace in files. What's really cool in VS Code is you can use regex expressions. I love it. So we're going to do, actually we're going to do replace. Isn't it very late there? Hey, Jimmy67, it is 11:18. Yeah, I've been doing some other things this morning, relaxing a little bit, and it's also the CrossFit Open right now, folks, so it's been, yeah, I was sore yesterday. It's good. I'm not complaining. It's good, but it's CrossFit Open, and the workout this week was a humdinger, as us old timers might say. All right, so we're going to search all these instances. Okay, in all files. 28 results. It's in, huh? Replace. Yeah. So 0/1. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. The thing is, I don't think there's a lot already configured here. Jimmy, where are you at? Remind me again. You're in the UK. Is that right? Not used to seeing your streams this early here. Oh, Netherlands. Okay, so even yeah, well, I believe you would be farther than UK, right? Yeah, you're farther east. 5:20. Oh wow, okay. Hope you're having a good weekend, my friend. My weekend's going just great so far. I am feeling relaxed, so I think my body's mostly recovered from the, oh yeah, we got switches too. I think I may need to change switch interfaces here. No, okay, cool. Good week indeed. Just live with VMware a bit. Okay, good deal. Man, you know what's great about VMware? I used to be the VMware expert at my consulting company. Like, this is going back a little ways, okay? So don't think that I'm like an expert by any means right now. I've actually gotten really far away from VMware, but a lot of the principles don't change. So I talked to our VMware guys. We have a team for that at my current employer, and we interact all the time. And a lot of the principles are still the same, which is reassuring. But man, it has come a long ways. And the other thing is, I'm now having to use those skills, some of those principles that I learned. Now that I'm doing cloud things, a lot of that stuff just crosses right into the cloud, which is cool. Because in Azure, right, you're basically looking at Hyper-V hosts, right? All right, so we've got. I thought I had the lab up in a browser, but I'm browser closer happy. I'm such a closer on browsers, like to my own detriment, really. I'm so quick to close a screen and then regret. Yeah, it's all VMs. Yeah. Of course, the serverless is a whole different ball game. That's where you cannot think of it as a but dealing with IaaS, infrastructure as a service, man, that VM knowledge is helping me now even. So it's good that you're doing some VMware labbing for sure. Let's go to our I think this is it, yeah. And we're going to create a new so this is INE. We're going to create a new folder. Foundation. And I think I'll just copy. Okay, I thought I had. It doesn't matter. We can take any. The point of these is that it's just 10 routers and 4 switches connected in this way. That's all that really matters at this point. So we're going to call this Foundation Lab 1. And we're going to move it to Foundation. Yeah. Yeah, I closed the browser the other day without about 11 different useful sites and articles up. Now I can't find half of them. I do leave all my history on. That helps, but it's still not easy. I know what you mean. Fun bike. Okay, let me ask you a question. I'm from India, and since the last 4 to 5 years, I've seen a huge demand for multi-vendor, multi-technology engineers. I don't see any asking for certifications. So even being a Cisco employee, I did not take the free CSAT. Do you still see value in pursuing certs? I do. I do still see the value. Because if they're looking for multi-vendor and that's what you're going for, get a Cisco and a Junos, you know, or get a Cisco and an Amazon. I mean, a cert's a cert, and if it's a reputable cert, it's going to bring value, I would think. And always take advantage of those free exams if you can, is my motto. So we are going to edit this lab. Open, actually. AWS certs are huge right now in the Northeast. Yeah, they're huge everywhere, but I read an article about this recently on Packet Pushers. It's interesting how many, like we just hired 2. Actually this week I was on 2 interviews. I participated in 2 interviews. And we had some people had first of the year sometimes people transition, they move, anyway. Yeah, we just did some interviews, and they're actually for 2 positions. And at least one case, like we selected someone with no cloud experience. They have a lot of other experience that is needed, but and then we did another interview. Yeah, we passed over some folks who had like years of architectural cloud experience. And I don't know, it's funny how those certs are important, but I don't think they have, at least when you talk about, cloud engineering and cloud architecture, certs in cloud are not like certs in, traditional networking. So, an AWS cert to people hiring cloud is not what a CCIE cert is to people hiring network engineers, yet. I think it'll get there. But everybody's putting that on their job offers. Like, must be, but they don't really, I don't think they always really mean it. Now, some do, of course. Absolutely. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens with certs. Because the thing about cloud, this is the problem with cloud technologies. The rate of change is so much faster than other industries. I had a manager, one of the best managers I've ever had in IT, and I've been in IT 20 plus years, 25 plus years. And he told me, the knowledge that got you the job 3 years ago is obsolete. And that was 20 years ago. Now, I don't know what that figure is, but the thing about the rate of change in Azure, we scoped out, for example, a really nice storage solution, I don't know, 6 months ago. And in Azure, they just pushed some changes, like to the RAGRS, like the globally redundant storage solution. They just made like a major change. And so the solution we proposed 6 months ago, we're not going back and revisiting it, because it turns out it wasn't, the change was significant, but not for this particular use case, but it was close. So yeah, the rate of change in cloud is, so what does that mean for certs? I don't know. Like, can they write certifications? Can they write reputable certifications quickly enough to keep up with the actual technologies themselves? That's a challenge. I don't know. And that's why I think certifications in the cloud space have not yet achieved the reputation, right? Maybe they will. I don't know. It's obsolete the day they hire you. Yes, I would go along with that point. What do you do, by the way? So FunBuy, by night, I am a fledgling CCIE wannabe, right? I have my CCNP, or I obtained my CCNP routing and switching, and I'm working on my CCIE routing and switching. Those are still viable at the job I am in. I still am involved in routing, things like that, and some networking security, and I do cloud networking. But right now I'm on a cloud, team. Without going into a lot of detail, basically I work mainly in Azure, not exclusively. Our company is not exclusively in Azure, but I'm working on primarily an Azure-based technology team, and we are sort of a hybrid team. We have programmers on the team. We do have Azure, not just Azure, but Azure certified, like the highest level on the team as well. It's not like we don't. I don't have any of those certifications though, and I am not going to pursue any until I'm hell-bent on the CCIE right now. So, all right, we're going to fire this lab, folks. But yeah, I work day in it. We are working at sort of doing infrastructure as code. That's not all that we do, but basically that's what. So we're doing like deployments. We're helping teams. Like, we're not responsible for deploying this infrastructure. We're helping other teams learn, getting them going, kind of consulting with them and guiding them on how, and setting like governance and standards, right, on how to do it. So, and wherever we can, helping them to automate. Yeah, that was early this morning, old man noob. That was like 2-something a.m. I didn't get up to watch it, and I have not watched it yet, but that is on my to-do list today for sure. Actually, this week I caught up on the last launch where they launched 3 different customer payloads in the Falcon 9. They launched one that is it's going to be Israel's first lunar lander, and it was a satellite for an Indonesian company and one for the federal government, military, I think. It was pretty cool. I get so excited, man. I'm a total. My wife and I were talking yesterday how we both. So we're about to buy some NASA shirts. She wants a net. She doesn't know it yet. Don't tell her. But I'm going to surprise her. We're going to buy some NASA shirts, and we're going to try this year. Supposedly there are 2 launches this year for the Falcon Heavy planned. Folks, while we're just jabbering here about nerdy stuff, we're just firing up this lab here. I want to get the switches running because, yes, we will be doing layer 2 in this foundation lab. And it takes a minute to, I'm going to wait for these to boot up. This is not my this is running in Azure, by the way. This is not my biggest Azure lab. I need to check on my credits too. I should have plenty of credits. I've been mostly book studying this month. Oh yeah, we got plenty of credit remaining. So I have current billing period should tell me in a minute. Up through March 17th. Okay, so about 2 weeks worth. I haven't spent much at all. Yeah, I read about this global VNet pairing. They keep you up to date with new stuff. It's cool. So this is just to give you an idea, folks, and I'm talking out loud for myself too. These are my costs by resource so far. I get $150 credit per month with the Visual Studio Team Services subscription. And the few times I booted up this VM, it's cost me so far about $17 for compute. I think that's what that is. The disk space, disk is a clock that runs all the time. So $2 so far this month for 2 disks. And others. Now, I recently switched to a static IP for my public IP address. I'm thinking that's what this is, the 92 cents. That's not bad. I could have done that the whole time. Nice. Anyway, looks like the routers are all booted up. Let's try these switches again. Failed to create network. I wonder why that is. Okay. You know, they're starting. This is something I hope they will fix at some point. And I think it's just trying to create a virtual interface right in the OS. I'm not sure why it usually takes a few tries in the community edition to get this going. There we go. All right, so hopefully all of our configurations have stuck. And we're going to start to work on the requirements. So what I'm going to do here is sort of list some of these out. Like not all of them, right? But we're just going to think through this a little bit. And I probably won't start labbing before lunch break, but we'll at least start like thinking about it. I want to run certain labs on the cloud. Oh yeah, can you help me with bags? Sorry, I didn't turn that off. All right, folks, actually, so I'm going to go help, and I'm going to come back. Give me about 5 minutes, and we'll at least get some of these requirements out and make sure that the lab is set up. So I'm going to put a be right back up, and I will be right back. Uno momento. Okay, we're back. It's done. So let's see. I want to run certain labs on the cloud with the CSRs, but I'm a little worried about the costs. Maybe I need to try it once to really find out. Yeah. I have the same indeed. Currently still running it on premise for that reason. Yeah. I understand, folks. The only reason I'm doing it in the cloud is because I get free credits as part of a, it used to be called the MSDN. Now it's the VSTS subscription that I get through work. And I do use that for work things, but it's not nearly enough to consume those credits. So when I have leftover credits, I use them for labbing. Otherwise, yeah, I would be. Now, I would encourage you to play with it just to learn. I would use the free trials and things like that you get from Azure and Google and Amazon. They all have some services you can, if you want to just start dipping your toe in the cloud services, if for no other reason than that, I would use the free. But as you can see, it's not too bad. I've created some big labs. Like these are some of the biggest VMs I can run in VSTS. That's why mine, you see my costs are high. But I would make the argument, and I plan to do this as a project in the future, is to find the, some of the most affordable options in the cloud for running network labs. By the way, Azure has a new feature called, well, it's now general availability. That's kind of cool. Like if you wanted to set up a lab services, yeah, they have this thing called lab services that they just released an update for. And to me, I get the idea. It's like, you remember the old classrooms? I used to be in charge of some classrooms when I was doing desktop, support. And we used Ghost. And basically the idea was at the end of the class, you reset everything to, a certain thing. And that's what Azure Lab Services is about. Like you build out what the lab and the curriculum, whatever else it is, in Azure, and then at the end of the day, it just recycles. So minimize costs of polling schedule setting, set up labs for classrooms, trials, development, testing, and other scenarios. So yeah, this is something new they have too. So, but yeah, we're back, and I'm about to do lunch, but I wanted to make sure the lab is running. And let's just console into each one of these. Yeah, so you got a nice big lab there, and I'm thinking, like the main thing is the RAM, right? Yeah, just open a lot of consoles at once. The main thing is the RAM, and this box is actually, let's see, I have a command, I just don't use it enough to remember it on the VM I'm using. Here's a video, of course, how to build a lab in Azure. And then, yeah, costs, so. Yeah, this is a 16 virtual CPUs, 64 gig of RAM. But the other VM, I have a large VM that is 128 gig of RAM also. And that one's not, neither of these are cheap to run in Azure for sure. Storage, I don't even know because I don't really use much storage at all. But of course I can add an infinite amount of storage. Oh, this one didn't take, okay. We'll have to check on that one. That's what I want to check on before I close down here. I want these to go automatically to enable. The other thing in Azure, like, it's cool. You can choose SSD or you can choose non-SSD storage. It's up to you and how much you want to pay, but like by default, most VMs are going to run SSD. And the encryption is pretty amazing. Like they do, if you want to use encryption, OS level disk encryption, it's real simple to do. If you choose to do, if you use like Azure Key Vault to keep your secrets in or passwords, that uses machine level or hardware level encryption. There's so much, man. It's just anything you want to do, man. And in the cloud, I mean, they've got it. IoT is big in the cloud. They're starting to incorporate IoT into kind of routine sort of things that you might do. And AI, you know. What happened to router 2? Let's figure him out, and then we'll probably go ahead and take a break and come back this afternoon and start doing some actual labbing here. I thought I had... okay, that's recent. I must not have pasted in router 2. Okay. I think you'll find with companies that are merging or migrating workloads into the cloud, storage is usually one of the first wins you can get, right, in getting some of your footprint. Because you can connect storage to on-premise, right? Oh, I need to enable that. And there's so many storage solutions. And yeah, you're used to having a certain amount of maybe redundancy or failover on premise. Well, you can get all that. In fact, the cool thing about Azure is it's so easy to turn up a globally redundant storage, blob storage account. Very simple, few clicks. And generally in Azure, for example, the like a RAGRS account, there are different types of storage accounts. And one day I'm going to do like cloud sort of streaming stuff. I'll incorporate it in this stream when I can, but one day I'll have like maybe another channel / stream for cloud related things. But yeah, they have a considerable amount of redundancy. Okay, we're going to write these changes. I want to make sure the interfaces are up too. They're not. Actually, let's do that here. So what we'll do is we'll go to our startup configs, turn this on. Oh, it just wasn't on. That was a problem. So what I'm going to do on all of these is say interface. In fact, I might put it at the end. I don't know if that'll make a difference. G01, no shutdown. Man, if this little simple solution here helps, that would be awesome, because I do have this problem from time to time. No shutdown, yeah. Let's do that on all the routers. Man, if that works. Mentors, mind if I hang out and lab with you this fine weekend? No problem at all, my friend. The only thing is I'm about to take a break for lunch. But after lunch, I'll be coming back in here, buddy, and we'll be going at it. This is the Foundation 1 lab. And good to see you, my friend. Yeah, man, you know, you hang out anytime. I'm just, I don't know if this is going to help. I'm just putting this because a lot of times this lab will boot up and I think it's because of timing, the interfaces will be down. Got my AWS Cert Cloud Practitioner. That is awesome, man. How was that exam? And what sort of, was it a sales type exam or was it actual like entry level? I don't know, a practitioner. I don't know anything about AWS exams actually. And congratulations, that's great. Switch 1, we're also, let me look at the switches here. Yeah, they all come up connected, but I think what I want to do is some of these I'm going to want them to be disconnected. Okay, we'll leave it at that for now. Oh, it was entry level, was actually easy. CCNA was harder. Okay, yeah. Hey, CCNA is not by any means easy for sure. Okay, we're gonna save these, and I think what we'll do is we'll wrap it up there for now. I'm gonna stop all nodes. And we'll test this after lunch. We'll make sure that it comes up now with the correct configs. I'm going to wipe all nodes, and now the startup should be set correctly. So, and of course, labbing in Azure, one thing you want to make sure you do is shut down your VM. When you are done. I didn't mean to shut down the chat window, but that's okay. Bring it back up. So I actually have a command to do that. I'm going to use the so I can set up my lab up. I am doing it. INE Foundations Lab 1. That is correct. Mentors, you got it, man. And let's see what it's going to be about noon. So I'd say around like 1 p.m. Eastern. We're going to stop this VM, by the way. Look at that. That's all you got to do. Oh, that's the large. That's not the one I'm running. I'm running this one. And it'll tell you, yeah, this is not. Yeah, AZVM stop. Okay, man. See you then. And see everybody else. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the chat. Enjoyed chatting with you folks. Again, we'll be back at 1 p.m. to start out this Foundation Lab. And thanks for tuning in the Land Tamer stream. You can follow me, of course, on. You get notifications. Click the little. There's a way to click notifications in Twitch, whether it's in your mobile app or on your PC to get notifications when the stream is up. I will also post generally a few minutes before in Discord. And you can turn on notifications there. We'll see you in a few. Happy Saturday. Okay, we're back. As promised at 1, I'm here. We're going to work on Foundation Labs, Level 1. Second time starting up the stream today. And I know the mentors wanted to hang out here. I'm going to check the Discord. Okay, cool. Thanks for checking in there, old man noob. Awesome. Yeah. From the RG group. Oh, okay. I didn't know you were with the RG group as well. Good deal, man. Let me open my chat. I'm a little behind, folks, so my apologies. Had some lunch. Had some good old Jack, you know about the Publix fried chicken, I'm sure. Good stuff. We're going to fire up the chat here. I'm going to go ahead and fire up the virtual machine. All we had to really do is just start, but okay, we'll get the VM going in Azure, running the VM from Azure today. And I was thinking about joining the I don't know if this will work or not. Let me check my volume here. Okay, I'm going to put in my headset. We may try to join the Discord voice in case anybody wants to hang out or say anything. So what we're doing today is the Foundation Labs. So Foundation Lab, of course, is going to cross all the different technologies. Actually, just put that in here. And so, you know, switching, routing protocols, IPv6, etc. Colonel Panic, good day, sir. How are you today? Thanks for hanging out with us here in the chat. Yeah, doing Foundation Labs. Actually, I don't need to start. That window will kick off in a moment. Our, well, no, it won't actually. Yeah, see, I have a script that will launch the virtual machine after a certain time delay, but I didn't launch it that way this time. So we'll just manually log in here. Not bad. So my Arch exam. Arch, is that AWS architecture? I'm not familiar with that, actually. We will start up some nodes here. Oh, CCDP. Ah, nice. Very nice. Yeah, good to have you here, Colonel Panic. Yeah, trying to get some study in as well between, you know, did kind of relax this morning a little bit and streamed a little bit earlier, about an hour. Just had a little lunch. And now we're going to start the INA Foundation Lab number 1. So we'll see if we can't get the router, the lab booted up here and put on back my trademark. Thinking about getting a new bandana style for Cisco Live. We'll see. All right. Yeah, the INE. So I think I've got all the configs in here the way it needs to be. And in a minute, we'll go ahead and look at the requirements. So let me pull up the workbook. I think I already have it loaded. Yeah. So this is cool. I love when you start out with like a new topology that you've never seen before, new addressing scheme, new requirements. It's saying there is one fault with initial configurations that needs to be resolved. All information IP addressing is correct. Okay, so I think we should probably start with that because hey, there's mentors. Awesome, man. I'm gonna have to break in just a minute to go grab. I've got a French press, so I'm gonna be ready, man. I'm ready for this. But I gotta go get the coffee. So, yeah, man. The lab is booting up. Well, all but the switches. Hopefully, we get those booted here as well. Yeah, I don't know what the timing on this is. Like, okay, well, usually once one switch starts, then the others follow. Yeah, there we go. Good. Okay, so yeah, we can knock this out, man. Let me go grab that coffee, and I'll be right back. And that way, we'll be ready to just get her done. Okay, we're back. Got a Java. So from the beginning, I want to read the whole thing. I want to sort of get into the habit of doing this the way we need to approach the real lab, right? So this is off here to my screen to my left. I'm not showing, again, this is not my lab, folks. This is an I&E workbook lab, which I don't show on the screen. I don't show the material, the workbook material on the screen. And I can't even really share this diagram because this diagram is for Foundation Lab number 1, and it is not a public link. But we'll at least kind of talk through the design sort of scenarios here and try to implement them and see where we go wrong, right? So there is one fault with initial configs to be resolved. Now, the question is, does that mean it's resolvable? At the beginning or not? In other words, is this a fault that we'll see right off the bat? I don't know. I know in the real lab, I don't think they're going to tell you that necessarily. Wait for our consoles to come up. And I'm just going to look over the lab right now and talk a little bit about it out loud. As a matter of fact, I wonder if I can... Oh, wow, that does not... I was trying to see if there's a way to print. Okay, won't worry about that at the moment. The IP addressing information is correct. The first part talks about LAN switching. And this is the problem. The formatting of this page is somewhat unusually executed here. It's actually kind of hard to read this. All right, so we've got Ether channel that we need to set up. We have some trunking, BTP, spanning tree. Then we've got, oh boy, PPPoE, WAN technologies, PPPoE authentication. Then we have some routing, IGP routing, IPv4 EIGRP. some authentication and optimization on EIGRP. Then we have eBGP protocol routing. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 1, 2, 3, 4 different ASs. And iBGP, BGP authentication, BGP aggregation, and path selection. Then we have DMVPN and IPv6 routing. Actually, this is not bad. There's no... I don't think there's any areas here that I should not be able to do. So I think the best thing to be... So we've got some layer 2 configurations. Layer 3 configurations. Well, we've got PPPoE. We probably want to make sure we take care of that first. There's some EIGRP, but there's also some EIGRP over a DMVPN later. So I'm wondering if we should build the DMVPN prior to doing the routing protocols. That's what I'm thinking. In fact, I'm thinking DMVPN would be next. Then we would do our IGP for IPv4 and IGP for IPv6. And then our eBGP and iBGP. So why don't we go in that order? First, we want to look at this fault, though. And the fault, I think, means... Well, I don't know what it means. Let's just look. Maybe the lab is sort of teaching us to review our configuration. And when I say review, I mean, by that, I mean look at it and check it against the diagram, right? So this is router 1. I'm going to look at router 1 on the diagram. And I'm going to see, I'm not worrying about the addressing because it's already told me. But router 1 should be connected to switch 2 and router 3. So what I'm going to do here is show CDP neighbor. Yeah, CDP is tough because we're using, with the INE topology, we're basically using a single interface, physical interface. So that may not be the best unless we do show CDP neighbor detail. Yeah, the thing about this is it's only going to show me on the router. It's not going to show me the sub interface, is it? So CDP is not extremely effective here. Good to know. We should at least, though, at least I can look on the diagram. So we're not going to have that good of a shortcut, right? Wow, even show IP alias does not show the port. So let's do this. I can at least check this. So we have interface 0112 connected to router 2. What if I did this? Show CDP interface just 0112 detail. Again, I'm not trying to just fly through the lab. I'm trying to think about my strategy for doing the lab. What commands do I need to use? and again, with time, it's all about the time, right? What is an efficient use of time? What is not an efficient use of time? Would it help? You know what? I think it's going to help to select a different color here. I know I've gone dark on everything. So let's actually do color theme. Okay, that works. And we'll zoom in for you folks. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Show CDP neighbor. Exactly. And that's what I want to verify right now to see if there are any faults. I want to make this text larger. And these are a little different. Oh, okay. Zoom in is going to equal command. All right. Okay, good. Show CDP neighbor just 0, 1, 12 detail. Yeah, it doesn't really. So yeah, CDP, it only knows about, all right. So we'll go back to show IP interface brief. I'm going to take some notes on this, right? Just kind of talk my way through lab strategy. 1, read full instructions. 2, you want to how do I want to word this? 2 is you want to strategize the config sections. And this is the configuration section, right? Only. And then start your first section. When you log into a router, okay, you want to start your first section. Probably what you want to do is also strategize configuration sections, write them down. Let's take the order away because the order might change. You also want to open Notepad file for configurations. Start first section, note, router, check first router, add to Notepad as a new section. That's how I plan anyway to manage the don't know what that means. Keep open. How do I word this? I plan to basically have a Notepad open with, and I'm going to put the router here. I'm going to try to keep track of all changes. I don't know. This has been my thought going forward that I would, some do this, some don't recommend it. The reason I thought about putting all configs in a Notepad first is because if you get 2/3 of the way through and you find an error that you need to correct that requires a lot of reconfiguration, you don't have to redo all of that. What you can do is just come back, for example, to router 1, make the correction, then actually connect to the router you could actually, you know, wipe the router, reboot it, and copy the correct configuration in if you wanted to. It gives you something, you know, basically this becomes your source of truth for your configuration. I think there's value in that. It does involve extra time, but I know for me, my tendency is just go kind of crazy on the router as soon as I log in. This is going to give me time to, this will force me to think a little bit more through things, I think, for good or for better or worse. So what I could do at this point, I guess, is I'm just checking, there's some fault here. So I'm just checking each interface. Router 1 has 4. And will that work? Partition interface. No, that doesn't really give me a shortcut. I could do this, I guess. 0112. And just make sure that the interfaces are up, right? I mean, this is weird because they're telling you what I don't know that the lab would necessarily tell you this, but they're telling you that there's a fault in the lab, in the basically the startup configuration. Like depending, I may just want to look. So 12, 12, 13, 13, 122, 122. And then look at the IP address that is configured and make sure it's on the correct interface, I guess, right? 0112 should go to router 2. 10 to 10.12.1, that's correct. Interface 13 should go to router 3, 100.1.13. Yep. 121 should go to switch 1, 10.1 to 121.0. Network. And 122. 122. All right, it's starting to make sense to me, like the how everything is configured, like the addressing scheme. Oh, well, it says that the workbook says there's one fault with the initial configuration that needs to be resolved. All information, oh, in the diagrams is correct. So I misread that. Okay, I'm going to make a new notepad. Well, I'm going to put in here common mistakes. Not reading in full sentences. You know, my mind tends to like dart around. And sometimes I make the mistake of looking at, I try to speed read. Don't try to speed read. That is an issue I have sometimes. And when I do that, you can't do that on these because, I mean, you can speed read in the beginning, like when you look through sort of the whole lab, but when you look at these specific instructions, you need to read every word, all information in the diagrams is correct. So this very well could be a well, we got an error right there. So yeah, you might be right. Colonel Pennant, can you chat? Can we chat during my lab exam? That would be awesome, man. You could help me out. Yes, some of the tasks have tricky wording, so definitely pay close attention to understand the entire task at hand, buddy. This is mentors. I'm taking all your input as gold, man. I appreciate every bit of it. So we are unable to ping, although the interfaces are up on 0112, and that is a connection between router 1 and router 2. So these don't have the correct IPs. I already see that. Is that the only error? Oh no, that's wrong. Yeah, that's right. 10.1.12/24. So this is wrong already. So what I'm going to do here is on router. Another suggestion: don't overthink too much. Yeah, I hear you, man. You might see me do that a little bit on this one, mentors, just because I'm going to take a little extra time to think about my strategy, right? But I'm going to come back and do these labs, like for speed, for sure. So this has an incorrect IP address. And now we can ping. Okay, is that, it says one fault. But I'm going to check for others. So ping 100.1.13.3, ping 10.1.12, 121. 10.1.121. That would make me think that it goes, okay, yeah. So that's going to be router 2. Those won't work yet because those are going through a switch that's not yet been configured. Mentors, why I enjoy these videos? I can see your guys' techniques and study strategies and how you approach each task. That's what I enjoy most about live content like this, right? You get to see the process, not just the answer or result. So true, man. So true. So what I should do, what I'm going to do, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but after we saw that first fault, I just want to check each directly connected interface. That's router 1. Let's check router 2. Not any interface that goes through switches. We should have 200.1.24.4. We're good there. Okay, we'll go to router 3. Me and Tony always had our own ways of tackling a problem. So true, man. That's what you find, is that there's not a lot of different ways to skin these cats, right? Okay, that works. Ping 100.1.13.1. Ping 100.1.103.10. Ping 100.1.35.5. Good. We'll check on router 4. It says it only has one fault, but man, INE is sneaky sometimes. Yeah, see this, either I typed it wrong. So this is a directly connected interface. It does not ping. Oh yeah, Mass, anyway, you can increase your terminal font. You know, I think I can. Let me see. That's a good point. In fact, I'm working with someone now who sometimes has difficulty seeing my screen. I get the same complaint at work, mentors. No worries, man, because you zoom in. Yeah, oh, it's the same. Why does that not work? Hold on. Oh. All right, I'm a little confused. View, zoom in is Command plus. Command. Okay. I don't know what just happened there. Chrome, work with me here for a second. All right. All right, it may have to redraw. Let's do this. Oh, it's freaking out. Oh boy, come on. Don't do this to me, Eve. Don't be like this. Not like this. All right, 125. That looks, yeah, that's much better actually. And the console should also be larger. Yay, there we go. Yeah, good call out, mentors, because I'm sure you're not the only one. All right, so we're looking at router 4. Hey, no problem. 200.1.24.2 is not pinging. So let's look. I thought I pinged that from router 2. Yeah, so that's weird. Oh, VRF. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. So I should do VRF 1. Ping VRF 1. There we go. Now we're talking. All right. Show VRF. There's no VRF here though. Ping 200.1.46.6. Maybe there's a VRF over here. It's good. We're actually getting, the diagram does not show a VRF. So they have chosen not to diagram that. Okay, this is not a VRF, so we should be able to ping 200.1.46.4. Oh, it's applied. Interesting. This VRF is on 3 interfaces. Okay. Ping VRF 1. I don't think I've ever seen that. Good to know. When we hit that section. See, I'm almost wondering, is there value in doing this? So I want to name this is lab start or labbing process. And I'm going to put up here review, right? I need to review these points. And that is good to ping all neighbors. Direct connect neighbors at the start. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, is it good to do that? Like, I found the first fault, but as I'm going through and just pinging, I know they don't do a lot of this sneaky stuff anymore like they used to. Like they used to, you'd leave the lab for the day and you come back the next day and they would have like broken your cables or snipped a cable or something. I know they don't do that now, but like in this particular scenario, looking at the diagram, I would have had no way to know that there was a VRF here. Not just that there's a VRF, but that there's a VRF connected to multiple egress interfaces, which I've never seen before that I can recall. So this is not taking very long, but there seems to be some value in this. you might be able to catch another fault, or just make sure that your lab is actually the way it looks in the diagram that they give you. 10.1.56. But I know time is, of course, certainly of the essence. Ping 10.1.68.8. Good. All right, router 6 is good. We'll go back to router 5. So possibly you'll be doing foundation labs, full-scale labs over the weekends now. Fun to have a lab buddy once again. Yeah, man. Let's hang out. Let's hang. That, and you know where I got that recommendation, mentors? From the man himself, Show IP Interface Brief. And the reason, and he had some really good logic and, of course, experience behind him. And I don't know, Show is kind of, and I'm going to express this to him again, but, you know, that's one amazing thing about this study group is meeting you and other folks. And of all the people that I've met through the stream, I guess that the fact that Show's been able to, like, he's been to Orlando now 3 times in the last few months. We've been able to get together, and he showed me some tips. And he's like, I don't know, 5 to 6 months ahead of me right now in terms of planning for, like, actually doing the lab. So he's paving ground for me, which is great. Like, he's picking up these tips. Mentors has tips as well. I feel like I'm cheating on my man crush. We won't tell mentors. What stays in the land, what happens in the land tamer stream stays in the land tamer stream. For March, correct. He was, but he rescheduled for April the 2nd, the day after April Fool's Day. Is his scheduled lab now. That pings, that's good. 10.1.57.7. Pings, good. Ping 10.1.56.6. And then we checked router 3. I'm just going around the room here. Router 8. Pings. Router 7. He'll redeem me. There we go. Yeah, man, he's labbing. Like, the other day, we met last Sunday and talked about QoS. He's like, we met, I don't know, around 11. He's like, yeah, I've already been labbing like 4 or 5 hours or something like that. And he's like, when we're done, he's like, okay, I'll see you. I got to keep labbing. So he's definitely got the determination right now. Oh, I don't know. That probably won't. I think that's supposed to ping. It's directly connected switch. So note to self. Some switches are layer 3 switches, and they are directly connected to routers. But that's fine. I'm okay that they can't. He's a beast, and this motivation rubbed off on all of us. I know, it's been great. Okay, so we've gone through, I think, all the routers except router 9, and then we will... Okay, good. I think we found our fault. So the next part of our process is layer 2 configurations. So I'm going to work on those. This is my... Oh, I'm going to put this over here. This is my actual config notepad. So this is where the configuration happens. We got router 1. I'm going to go ahead and put here to... And then I should be able to just like search, right? Later down the road, I know I'm doing it on the Mac because I'm streaming. But when I do labs using my PC, I have the Logitech keyboard that is used in the lab. It's sitting over here. That's why my head's doing that. It's a Windows computer, so I'm running PuTTY with no right-click paste, because I heard that's what they have in the lab. Also, I will be using, when I lab on the Windows computer, I do, I use Notepad. I won't be using Visual Studio Code, of course, in the real lab. Okay, so I've got here router 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You know what I'm thinking is that's probably a waste of time. Yeah, that's a waste of time. We'll, as we hit the router or switch, that's when we'll put in a little header for it. How's that? Because that will also help me keep track of like the order. So if I think back, yeah, midway through the lab is when I configured that. I can just scroll up about midway and find the router, and I'm going to use one big notepad file, which reminds me I need to save often. So I'm just going to call it lab. So I'm going to add this to my process notes. Lab strategy, lab details, one notepad file for all configs, add devices to file as they are being edited. You know how you do in Linux, you know, you do history at the bash shell, right? That's kind of what I want, is this will be my history throughout the lab. Okay, so we're looking at layer 2. Ether channel, trunking, VTP, spanning tree. It put them in that order. And I like that order because, yeah, ether channel, you do want to do your ether channels first. That's your base, like you're bundling. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to edit right now, switch 1. And we're going to do switch 2. We're going to edit all the switches right now. And we're going to do 3 separate port channels, 12, 13, and 14. So let me look at my diagram here. Okay, this is interesting. So all right, it looks to me like INE provided a they provided a diagram for this lab, but it appears to only be a layer, essentially a layer 3 diagram. I have no idea what the layer 2 topology is, really, unless I'm assuming it's just the standard INE topology. I'm assuming that these links are all the same. And I'm pretty much going to have, it says diagrams, but there's only one. And it has no real layer 2 information on it. So I have to assume that this is still the same. Okay, my mouse just, you know what, my mouse battery's low. Been warning me. I wait till the absolute last minute. Swap it. I'm going to swap it right now. I got batteries right here. Bear with me one moment, folks. I should like turn off my stuff more often because I just leave keyboard on and mouse on and they okay. So yeah, I'm just going to assume that that's what it is unless I could actually look. But according to this diagram, it doesn't really look like those switches are directly connected. Okay, we'll wait till the mouse come back online. There we go. You know what would help is if I turn on MyPoint Pro. Always have a set of batteries charging. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so switch 1. Yeah, it looks like the standard. Yeah, pretty basic configuration there. Not much to it. All right. Configure switch 1's links to 2, 3, and 4 as 3 separate port channels. Yeah, how am I supposed to know? Without a layer 2 diagram, how things are cabled up. If this is still correct, then let's zoom in on that. We'd be doing, all right, so we'll have a port channel going to switch 2. So we're going to say configure terminal, interface range, GI 1, 2 through 3. And we're going to do LACP active, channel group 12 mode active. And that means on switch 2, well, we'll go ahead and configure all the interfaces here, right? Interface range GI1 0 through 1, channel group 14 mode active. That is switch 4, right? Yeah. And then this is, yeah, interface range GI0 2 through 3. I do need to get a little more efficient on these commands. I could have copy pasted that and repeated it. So what we're going to do is we're going to do that for the other switches. So it's only saying between router or switch 1 and switch 2, for example, not switch 2 and switch 3. But the other switches should use mode passive. So in switch 2, we're going to say GI1 2 through 3, right? Mode passive. Switch 3 will be interfaces 0 2 through 3. And switch 4 0, yeah. Just like this, really. And my tendency on this is to go ahead and put in the config. right? It's not like I have to wait for anything. And verify it right away. Like I don't need necessarily wait around. Switch one. Click on the right switch. Yep, they should go down right now. Switch two. Now these should come up. LACP currently not enabled on the remote port. All right, why is it not enabled? Let's see. Channel group 12 mode. Active. For channel 12. There is no configuration we need to put on there though. Show interface GI1, 2. Suspended, show channel group. Show ether channel summary. Layer 2. Yeah, it did it on all of these. This could be an order of operations thing. So let's do interface range. GI 1, 2 through 3. Shut. Because we brought the active interface up first. LSCP currently not enabled on the remote port. Show CDP neighbor GI 1, 2. All right, let's debug LACP all. All right, let's see what's happening here. LACP, it's sending LACP packets. It's not like it's not enabled. LACP action, PTX slow periodic exit enter, timer stopped. Send LACP PDU packet via GI11. Oh, I need to be running a tomato timer here, so I get little breaks for spine health. All right, let's do this. Show interface status. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. They're not in a trunk yet. Right now, it should be configured as GI 1, 2. Obviously, it is a switch port. Yeah, these can be tricky. I found that in real life. Even if you use yeah, by default it's a switch port access VLAN 1, right? That should be fine for a port channel. And I'm going to assume that by default the port channel interface is also switch port access VLAN 1, but that's where I may be wrong. Here's one, for example. Yeah. So it matches, should match on both sides. But I see what you're getting at, Steelheisen. Thanks for that comment too, because these things can be tricky. There can be tricks with like the order of operations I found in real life with like mismatching native VLAN numbers on each side. Mismatching, no, basically you want everything to be matching. So you know what? We've configured this. I'm going to take your advice. I'm just going to wait and get to the next part, which is the trunking. So let's configure our trunks and then try to bring these port channels back up. I think the configuration is right. The next section is trunking. Configure as static trunk links. Okay. And then we have to do something special with switch 2, but let's go ahead and do that at least. So we're going to put switch port mode trunk. Actually, what we'll do is, that's the thing, like I don't have to necessarily do these configurations in order of like what you would see in a show run. It doesn't really matter. So I can come back to switch 1 and I can just start here, right? Whatever I want to paste in, that's how and that should be a strategy, I think. Lab details for Notepad, progressively add configs. Don't go back up top. Don't do edits above unless you find a fault. I'm thinking this may change, folks. We're gonna learn by doing, right? That's the agile way, as they say. But switch 1, so what I do is interface range. That's why I like doing this. GI 1, 0 through 3. And GI 0, 2 through 3. Switch port mode trunk. And we're going to do this on something like this on each of the other switches also. So this will be interface range this. And this will be interface range this. Gonna have to be good with the old copy paste. And our configuration is going to grow pretty quickly, isn't it? Okay, switch remote trunk. And then it also says, now I think we're going to have to do the encapsulation type here, right? Interface GI 0, 1, 1. Switch port trunk encap. Yeah, I think we have to do this on these switches. We're going to do it regardless. Yeah, nah. So it's already suspended. So what? Where does switch 1 go? There he is. I need to make sure I put plenty of space. Plenty of white space between device configs. What is this over here? Oh, okay. Overall plan. I can actually put this at the top. Oh, tasks. Yes. That's what everyone says, right? They also say points. So the recommendation is to, because you may have to leave parts of the lab behind, right? But you want to sort of, like I might put point value here, point values here. 10 points, for example. And this may be completely, like, they probably don't tell you, right? They do in the, I think so, in the tickets, they tell you the points for the troubleshooting section. It'll actually tell you, because it gives you all these things to troubleshoot, these tickets, and it'll tell you the point value. I don't think you get that in the lab, but you would probably get a sense of that, right? So what we want to do is put tasks, strategize config sections, write down overall tasks, and priority. Create and save new. Okay, so what I want to do first is read the full instructions. Well, what I'll first do, lab start. Boom, clock starts ticking. Open Notepad and save new file to desktop. Begin reading instructions. Strategize, config sections, write down overall task priority at top of page. We'll have sort of like common mistakes, follow up, standards. That's okay. Let's see, lab details. Add device files as they're being edited, not in any other order. Progressively add configurations. Plenty of white space between device configs. Yeah, okay, we're good there. Moving right along. So I've got my task up here, and I want to put when they're done. Task in config order. Probably put a star when they're done. And I want to put something else when they're verified at the end. Maybe a star at the end. Yeah. Okay. Layer 2 configurations. So switch 1. We want to add this command, right? Oh, this command right here. See, I haven't pasted this in yet, which is good. 5 of 8 domains on CISSP so far. That's awesome, Dirk Dark. Hey, what's up, man? 5 of 8, so you're over halfway, theoretically. That is great, man. So they break them up into domains. Interesting. I'm curious, does the CISSP has it encompassed cloud materials yet? Is that a domain in the current version of the CISSP? Okay, I'm going to paste this in here. It does not. Interesting. Oh, do I have to do the port channel interface as well? Or does this just need to be configured on the port channel interface? All right, so let's see what happened here. Show run interface GI11. Cloud isn't really covered all too much. It's all really security from a management perspective, less technical, more logical. Interesting. So show run interface PO14. Yeah, okay, so that's not going to work. We need to be adding, now, what if we just add it to the port channel? I forget on this image if it automatically adds it to the bundled interfaces or not. Let's try. So interface PO12. Huh? Oh, router 2. No, not router 2. Which 2? Oh, this is what I don't want to be doing. All right, so I just really goofed up the lab here. I thought I was pasting this. So what I'm going to have to do now, that's why we have Notepad though, right? We're going to default these interfaces. And then all we have to do is come back here. Well, default might not even be good because the default might not be the same as the initial config. So copy start. Yeah, I messed up. Dirk to Dirk. I pasted the wrong thing in there. I thought I was pasting this, but I was pasting router or switch 1's configuration. So I had to default it, and now I'm putting all the configuration back in. No points for foundational. Yes, TS tickets you can score yourself. Okay, so that's confirmed. Okay, so then we do this. So what I was trying to do is see if I could just add it on this image. Can I just add it to the port channel? So interface PO12, switch port trunk incap .1Q. On some switches, you have to add it. You can't just add it to the port channel and then expect it to be copied to the group members. I think on this image you can. Okay, this one does. Good. All right, so that's all we really need to do here. We need to say interface PO12. And that's all we need to do on switch 1 is we need to say interface range PO12 through 14. You might be right. Let's see if they come up. Yeah, it's still bothered by. Yeah, it's still mad about something. Show interface. I think they match. I'm going to go ahead and put this configuration in on all of these, and then we'll come back and troubleshoot. We know they need to be configured as trunk ports. So we're going to come here, switch 3. It's going to be PO13. And on switch 4, PO14. So switch 3. Where did that come from? All right, don't start doing this to me, Eve, please. Please do not start this mess with the clipboard garbage. That is really going to copy. Thank you. And then switch 4. Copy. Yeah, show either channel summary. I did that earlier and it's okay. All right. Why? I used this command a long time ago. Why is it doing this? Does each window have its own separate clipboard or something? Okay, that's going to get super annoying after a while. So we're going to take this out. And we're just going to do the port channel. All right. Copy. Thank you. Okay, let me go back. I think I may have seen an error here. Yeah, we've got an extra. We don't have to do this on this image. We don't have to do this to the physical interfaces, right? Just have to configure the port channel. Okay, so now we have trunk ports. What I may need to do now is, well, let's just show ether channel summary. Yeah, this still says suspended, same thing. This could be an order of operations. Yeah, these interfaces should be coming up. So let's do interface range GI 0, 2 through 3, and GI 1, 0 through 3. And let's do a shutdown. Let's shut them down over here. And then we'll come back around and bring it back up. This one's kind of messed up, isn't it? 13. Let's switch 3. Oh, because I've got 12. Okay. That might be the problem here. Show run interface GI 0, 2. Did nothing go into switch 3? Yo, 13 is there. All right, let's, okay, maybe we did this. All right, that's okay. That's why we got our notepad here. Trunking cap. Oh, the PO is different. Yeah, the order of operations is like really critical here. Now it says it is compatible. Okay, we're going to bring it down, then we're going to bring it back up. Question 4. Any previous experience on Palo Alto firewalls? None whatsoever. My only experience is with I have quite a bit of ASA experience. And then we're going to do no shut here. I was starting, when I first got my present employer, we were starting to do, that's what I hear, yeah. Then we're going to do no shuts over here. GI 1, 0 through 1, no shut. Let's see what happens. Think about making a blog for troubleshooting, understanding them just solely based on there's not enough on the web to go off of. Yeah, I'm sure people would eat it up, man. I know Palo Alto is popular. LACP currently not enabled on the port. Interface range, GI1. On top of that, Palo Alto is a very close-minded company. They're not huge on giving out information. CBT Nuggets, Keith Barker created a great course for PA firewalls. Okay. Channel group. I like the descriptions on here. That's cool. Show interface GI1 2 suspended. Now I saw a message earlier on switch 3. It says cannot bundle. Jezero 2 is not compatible with it and will be sent trunk and cap. Okay, so maybe we have to configure it. Once I put it on the PO interface, though. Yeah, so it's there. I don't know. I don't know why they don't work. Let's try to figure it out. It says FA01 as a static 802.1q trunk link. FA01, what the heck is that? That I do not get. FA01. Yeah, there is no. Yeah, this is a little annoying because there is no layer 2 diagram, so there's no way to know what that even means in this topology. Also remember task 1, troubleshooting. Yeah, there's one fault, and that should have been resolved. I think I remember. All right, let's look at show run. I know you're giving me a clue, mentors, because you've done this one. Do you know what FA01 is supposed to be? Yeah, you can't use passive on one side and static on the other. Are you talking about a static trunk? Because the passive configuration is for the LACP configuration, the channel group. But it definitely says to configure them as static trunk links, which they are. And to mention that there's something wrong with the diagram, so let me check the. Okay, I think I may know what you're saying here. We checked all the interfaces on the routers, and we found a faulty configuration. So I thought, well, I found the fault. We're good. But maybe there is a fault here in the switching configuration. I don't see anything there on switch 1 that would indicate that, but let's look on switch 2. That's correct, Colonel Panic. Yep. Oh, I'm missing something here, aren't I? Ah, okay. Sneaky, INE. Very sneaky, I think. All right, so let's see. Router for switch 2 is using interfaces GI 0, 2, and 3, right? No, GI 1, 2, and 3, but the media type is not defined, is it? Oops. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to go back and configure these interfaces and make sure the media type is correct. That was a pretty big hint. There, mentors. That's good. Really sneaky, but that's okay. I get annoyed sometimes that sometimes INE just kind of wants they want to be kind of cute, but so what I'm doing is I'm copying all the interfaces that are used. So we're saying and GI 0, 2 through 3, media type RJ45, is that it? Pay attention to flags. Okay, that's another hint you're dropping there. Oh, now sit back and watch the fun. Yeah. Layer 2, 12. Protocol LACP, ports 1, 2, and 1, 3. Okay. All right, so let's do this and just see if that helps, because I've never configured media type on a switch interface. But that stands out in my eye right away that these ports look like they're configured differently. Actually, let's look. So we know switch 2 has an inconsistent configuration. Actually, I'm just going to put it here. I'm going to break my own rule. Well, no, I'm not. I'm going to say media type RJ45. What does it say right now as a media type? Show interface GI1, 2. Encapsulation ARPA, that's important. Media type is unknown. Looky there. I'll have to say, I probably would not have gotten that without a hint. But once I got the hint, I think it didn't take me too long to notice the difference. So that's good, at least. Let's see if this comes up here. Might have to down it, flap it. Media type. I do know one thing, they do need to be consistent. The whole copy, oh, that is, all right. Don't copy for paste until you have the right window selected. This is just, oh, this is annoying. Eve and G. I appreciate that we can do that. I mean, but I need to put in a bug report or something on this. Okay, so this is switch 3. 0, 2, 3, yeah. Copy, paste, yay. Yeah, I will say this, guys, like, if I'm like way off the rails, maybe, if you know, point me sort of in the right direction, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know if I would have got this otherwise. This is tough. This is sneaky. So sneaky. Which annoys me a little bit because I don't think it's, maybe the labs was, yeah, just a little nudge, not too much, just a little nudge. I think that maybe this workbook was done like in 2014, which when you think about it, that's going on 5 years ago. So I don't know, were they sneaky back then? Because everyone says now that you're not being tested on sneakiness. And I do say that in a negative way because I think it is really a bad thing for the CCIE. Like, who cares about sneaky things like that? What they care about is what's your depth of knowledge on the protocols, instead of like a little game. It's almost like a little game that you play, like a little video game. That kind of junk annoys me. And I think tarnishes the whole program a little bit. But maybe it was that way back then. I don't know. All right, so yeah, like that's for, that's different, Yeah, because what happens is if you have a sneaky issue like this in production, someone, how did it get there, right? The way it got there is someone who didn't know what they were doing put it there. And if you don't find it, then you're going to get on a call with support, and it's going to take them a while, and eventually someone will find it. In the meantime, you've lost several, but I don't know. When you're going to sit down and plan out a network or build a network, why does that kind of stuff matter as much? I don't know. Anyway, I'm not bitter about it. I worry about the program a little bit, I guess. All right, show interface. It still says suspended. It says a media type is unknown still, though. Does it say that? All right, let's look at this interface. Did I not just configure this interface? I did. Show run all. So I might not be on the right track, and that's okay. Oh, does it do that when you add it to a channel group? Okay, note to self, never run show run all without especially because in the real lab you're using this sort of console connection, right? Yeah, that really helped a lot, didn't it? I will say on the first large scale lab from INE, they played games and it frustrated the hell out of me. They only wanted one answer there. Yeah, see, that's counterproductive in my view, but media type RJ45 is there. All right, 1, 2. No, 0, 2. We don't care about that. I mean, how hard is it to create a lab like that? It's not really hard, I don't think. I wouldn't think. Like, how hard is it to create like a dumb, sneaky lab? Yeah, I don't think it'd be a real challenge for anybody to create a lab like that. All right, I thought I configured this, but I don't see it in here. So that might be just, that's switch 2. Okay, show run. Interface. Nope. All right, it has media type RJ45. It's supposed to be connected. I thought I configured it on here. Did I not? Or did I just write it and not paste it? Maybe that's the issue. So I add it there and it doesn't show up. Let's compare that one and this one. All right, negotiation auto. Why would this have it and that not have it? Oh, I'll bet is it part of another interface? It says auto RJ45 is the type. Let's do a shut, no shut. These interfaces appear to be wrong. I would love to challenge them, but they don't give me... There's no diagram for me to configure them by, right? There's no layer 2 diagram. So that appears to be the problem. So let's do this. Let's bring these switches down and bring them back up. And we'll look at the startup config. Okay. Select, right click, right click, right click. Okay, you're not going to let me. All right. These are just small minor frustrations, folks. Nothing that's going to get us salty here. Idiosyncrasies with our wonderful Lavi software here. All right, we're going to stop those and we're going to look at the startup configs. And so there's no way to know what the cabling should be. They give us no indication of that. But the instructions do say, so let's start, to channel the interfaces that are connected. So that is what we will do. I mean, here it is, folks. I can see what this is cabled to. And there are no configurations of the interfaces in the startup configuration, right? So we'll just reboot them. Sometimes that's all they need. And put these configurations back in. And I will verify that it shows this. And we'll move these bad boys to the end. Yeah, I don't see anything sneaky in the startup configs. Unless they... So the media type must be something associated with the port channel. What do you show for FA023 and FA024 port 12? You mean GI12 and GI13? I show this channel group 12, encapsulation.1Q, switchboard mode trunk, media type RJ45, which it looks like I don't need that. So I'm going to take this off. That is not a configurable. And I know these features work on this image because I've done them before in labs. I have done them before in labs. All right, so we need to add also like an enable command, I guess. And we're going to take, first of all, let's look at the neighbor. Show CDP neighbor. So switch 2 has 3 interfaces connected. They all show GI01. I wonder if that's messing me up. In fact, I think I've had to do this before. Oh, could it be because they're connected to this management network? That could be the problem. Okay. That's on me. Let's do interface GI01 shut. That would cause a big problem, I could see. Interface GI01 shut. Yeah, you've got a hub sitting between these switches with that can only cause problems. Interface GI01 shut. Okay, now we're going to paste this in. Yeah, technically I'm not using the official, I'm using an enhanced version of the INE topology. We'll call it that. Okay, I did a Control C. Do you want me to do copy? This is not gonna get me triggered. We're good. We just switch one. Right click, copy, paste. There we go. Isn't it great when copy paste works? All right, then we're gonna go to switch 2. That is correct. It is not enabled on the port. I may have to do, I regret having to do this, but this is going to get really big. Let's make sure we're on switch 2. Copy, paste. Okay. All right, still says suspended. So let's try to get this one working before we go any farther. Interesting, that says media type RJ45. And let's go to show run interface GI12. Media type RJ45. Okay, shut. And let's do no shut here and a no shut here. LACP is not enabled. Oh, am I gonna have to shut down GI00 as well? Local interface, port ID. Okay, that's unfortunate. So let's do that. Interface range GI 0, 0 through 1. I seem to remember having to do this. It's been a while. Since I've had to work on these switches. Okay. Let's update because we just put a configuration in the switches that is not in our file. So I'm going to make sure the file is accurate. Okay, now let's try this again. Interface GI 1, 2, shut. No shut, no shut. I'm trying to do it quick, like that's gonna. LACP currently not enabled on the remote port, and I'll bet this one says the same. Yeah, how could they say it's not enabled on the remote port? Is it trying to bundle at layer 3? No. Don't bundle to, maybe? Why would it say that? Show ether channel. I'm getting warm. Okay, that's good. You said something about flags, I know. Now S is supposed to be layer 2. D is down. That's what I'm used to seeing. SD when it's down. Okay. S suspended. So I see that these VLANs are down. But that's okay because show VLAN, we should have VLAN 1, and we do. It's active. So there's no reason we can't do switching. VLAN 1 type is Ethernet. MTU is 1500. Show run VLAN. Shouldn't have to create it. Yeah, it's on by default. Show run brief. What I could try to do here. Show Ether channel summary. Yeah, it's not R, it is S. Show Ether channel summary. Same here, it's SD. Protocol is LACP, so LACP is running on both sides. But yet, it's saying that it's not running LACP. You know what I'm going to try to do? Let's do this. Default interface GI12. Default interface GI12. Interface GI1. Let's do interface VLAN 1. Let's switch over from config to troubleshoot mode. We're going to say IP address 1.1.1.2. No, let's do 10.10.10.2. No shut. And we'll go over to switch 1. Interface VLAN 1, IP address 10.10.10.1. No shut. So VLAN is up. Show CDP neighbor. Okay, it's there. Ping 10.10.10.2. Nothing screwy about that. Ping 10.10.10.1. Yeah. So there's nothing screwy here. We have a working VLAN, VLAN 1. And now let's put it back in the bundle. Let's see. So we'll do this. Well, show run interface GI13, interface GI12. Okay. Left click. Move. Up. No dice. So frustrating. Trunk incap.1q. Oh, did I miss my stand-up prompt? Channel group 12 mode active. Default interface GI12. .1q switchboard mode trunk. Channel group 12 mode passive. Immediately goes to down. LACP currently not enabled on the remote port. You said pay attention to flags, and I'm looking at the flags. LACP GI1, 2, S, and S. So let's do show ether channel detail. Group state, layer 2, ports 2, max ports 4. Port channels 1, protocol, LACP. Ports in the group, GI12, port state up. Can't bundle remote, suspended, master remote, LACP disabled. Not in bundle. Device sending fast. SP, device sending slow and in passive mode. Age of the port in the current state, same with this. Port priority. SP. Port channels in the group. Logical slot. Hot standby port null. Port state. Port channel. AG not in use. Port security disabled. Yeah, that's fine. Protocol LACP. Man, I'm about to look at the answer key because channel group 12 mode. What if we did active here? Interface range, GI12. It is 1 through 2, right? No, it's 1, 2 through 3. Channel group 12 mode active. Let's see if it stays up. Yeah, currently not enabled. I do not see a PACL here. VLAN internal allocation policy. Sending, that looks right. They did say to use passive. So I wanted to just test that. Yeah, I don't see any reason why this wouldn't work. But it is saying the LACP is not enabled on the remote port. Let's debug one more time. Debug LACP packet. GI12 packet size. Okay, so it definitely sent, like here's one. Activity key primary, yeah, this has the basically the negotiation information. All right, let's see. Let's do this. Default interface GI12. Default interface GI12. GI12 switch port or channel group. Let's do a different channel group. Say channel group 1. Mode. Desirable. interface GI12, channel group 1, mode desirable. Yeah, no problem with PAGP. I guess I'm going to hit the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. The suspense continues. See how far we've gotten on task 1 so far, right? We're making great progress here. All right, we're back. So yeah, now if we do show ether channel summary, yeah, he's fat and happy here. PO1, he's good to go. Yeah, there's no real indication here. Like there's no feedback information that you could practically use for all practical purposes. So now if we do show CDP neighbor, GI12, yeah. So we could continue on that way. There must be something sneaky to do with mentors seem to indicate that there's some sort of the flag I was referring to as P. Why is our PO not bundled? Port channel. Yeah, it says SD, so suspended and down. Yeah, this says P, so that means bundled. Yeah, I don't know why it's not bundled. It should be. Show run interface GI12. I think what I'm going to do is just look at the. I'm going to go ahead and look at the answer key. That is a separate page. Because you get to the point of where, yeah, I could sit here and guess, but this does become like a game, and we're not playing a game here, right? We're trying to learn and practice. And you think about the, yeah, here's the solutions. Ether channel. Yeah, everything. So I'm doing everything that the lab says to do. And I already found the error, the fault they're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. This is just what we could do is reboot the we could reboot the server. Do you see what I mean by the P flag? I do not. So you're talking about the P flag on this? In the solutions. Oh yeah, I see what I should have. I should have P here. Correct. I should have P here. And no, I don't know why it has an S instead. So what I'm going to do is just reboot the lab. I've done this before, man, many times. Active does not come up, Kernel Panic. It has this. It says the same error. It says, that LACP is not enabled on the remote port. What I'd like to see is, let me try capture here. Again, this could be just we need a reboot, and if that's the case, and that's fine. It happens. That could happen in a real lab. It most certainly could happen in the real lab. Oh, let's trip the port again. Let's see. I got a feeling I could be on a call and TAC would say, let's just reboot the switch. Shut. No shut, right? There's LACP right there. Slow protocols. And it says, no, it's not enabled on the remote port, but yet, could it be a timing thing? Shut, no shut. Oh no, there we go. There's two. I was looking at the last character digit, but let's do LACP. C is not sending it. So show, let's see. Yeah, this looks like it's definitely a lab thing. That's correct. 2 and 4 should be passive. This has got to be a lab thing because I don't see any LACP. It's only one-sided. But if you take this out, right? Like C is sending DTP packets. It's not sending, it's sending CDP packets. It's just not sending LACP packets, and I don't know why. Well, it's in passive mode, right? Show run interface GI0 GI1 3. Oh, that's switch 3. Oh, I switched it over to active, and It's still not sending LACP packets. Only one of the switches is sending it, so this has got to be some sort of issue here. So let's just reboot the whole server and hope for the best. This is really this has been a time vacuum here. And if it comes down to a lab issue, I'm going to be somewhat disappointed. Like, this is the main reason, like, I started out with a viral, is I didn't want to have to worry too much about the lab being the problem. Because then you start to doubt yourself, like, we're going to wipe all nodes. We're going to close the lab. And then, you know, spinning your wheels and precious lab time is, goes down the drain due to some sort of technical issue. So anyway, let's move on. Let's stop this server. Hey, Lantamer, what about is this lab? Sorry, I've been like, hey, no problem, Casadix. This is a INE Foundation lab. So it covers layer 2, layer 3, IPv6, IPv4. But I've been just working on an LACP port channel for the last 2 hours. A very simple port channel. So we'll see. Hopefully this... And it's weird because I know that these interfaces are connected. Like, there's no doubt. All right, wait for it to completely shut down, which it has, and we'll start it back up. And we'll give it a minute. We'll close all of these. Yeah, and I'm looking at at least I'm better about this. I probably should have looked at this earlier. But mentors, I was getting the impression that I was missing something. But I'm looking here at the solutions, and there's no clue that I've missed. This is just, I'm looking at everything that is configured here. 393 days of streaming solid, man. Hey, thank you, Amray. Appreciate it. Yeah, been streaming for a minute. Documenting the journey. Documenting this crazy but amazing journey. Okay, Foundation Lab. Let's open this bad boy. And we're going to start, well, let's just start the switches. You have to do this a few times and eventually... There we go, they're starting to come up. Okay, yeah, we're just going to do these guys, and I don't know what just happened. But... console to all nodes. And let's see if we can get some LACP trunks. If not, what I'll do is I'll configure PAGP trunks and move on. But that is crazy. At least got a glimpse now of what the answer key looks like. Okay, my lab is fired up now. I'm going to see if I get the same results. Okay, thanks, man. Yeah, appreciate that. I'm assuming you're using the viral switching image. I have not had this problem before. I've done LACP, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure I've done this with these images before. Maybe it's because it's in Azure. I don't want to say it is, because that would kind of... I don't want to have to blame Azure for losing 2 hours of my life. Yeah, PHP are on, exactly. PHP worked just fine. Okay, mentors, thanks for at least confirming. And we'll know, I guess. Well, you know, I don't know what change I made. Shoot. Router 1 had a... Well, we'll come back to that. Let's just get this. And yeah, if this doesn't work, we'll move right on ahead. And this is good, though. So I'm going to try to get a positive from this. One thing I can think about is if I run into this scenario in the lab, one, I would have failed by now. No doubt. I would have failed. And again, I'm not trying to judge myself yet on being ready for the lab. But just as a, you know, let's take a life lesson away from this. If I run to an issue like this, best thing is you want to get basic connectivity up. Layer 2 and layer 3, right? That's the whole point of the layer 2, you know, you want to get basic connectivity. So if I find a situation like this, what I can do is make a note of it and move on. Get the configuration up, get a trunk up, get the port communicating, get traffic moving, right? And maybe you get dinged a few points because you use PAGP or used on unconditionally instead of LACP. Perfectly okay with that. If you get the whole rest of the lab correct, great, you're good to go. And then if you have time at the end, you can talk to the proctor, right? I have this big beef, though, with Cisco, and I'm going to finish my video about this with the written, that sometimes they want feedback, but they don't allow time for it. They definitely do not in the written exam. Like, they give you plenty of places where you can comment about a particular question that you didn't think was fair or you thought was not covered as part of the blueprint. But you have to take time from your own exam to go in and write up the comments in a convincing and persuasive way. And I'm not going to take my lab time to do that. All right, so there's switch 1, and here's switch 2. Yeah, you would have been in diag by now. We have our 30 minutes that we can borrow. Yeah, what I was thinking is like that I'm basically starting the config. So your 5.5 hour, or depending, right, of the configuration. I would have already been 2 hours and 22 minutes into the configuration lab, and it pretty much would have been screwed, right? Show ether channel summary. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Maybe this is Azure. I hate to say it, but it could be. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch this up. And we're just going to say, I already know I got the answer right. That's the point. So what we'll just do here is... okay, you got the bundled in the port channel. Okay, so it must be Azure. It must be Azure. And they don't support it in Azure, to be honest. Eve Community? Is that what you're running, mentors? Because that's what I'm running in Azure, is Eve Community. But they don't officially support it in... Okay, yeah. So that's on me. I'm going beyond, but this is the best place for me to lab right now in a big lab. Anyway, all right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to say, we're going to redo this. I'm actually going to move this to a new file. And I made a change on router 1. Let's boot up the other routers. And I need to put my volume up because I don't think, yeah, why do I have headphones? Pop those out. I haven't been hearing my little alarm come up and say, time to take a break. So, you know, neck health and all that. So yeah, that's on me. And Redfish has mentioned that to me in the Discord, you know, it doesn't really work in Azure. Now I know why. So it's my fault. I'll take ownership of that. I'm going above and beyond. Well, I won't take it as a 2-hour loss. If you look at the positive, a couple things. If something like this happens in the lab, weird like this, right? At least I'll be better prepared because it's already happened to me at home. So that's one thing. 2, we know a little bit more about how to troubleshoot LACP. We don't need to turn our Ubuntu server on right now, actually. I need to cover a video on this, connecting your Eve and G Lab and Azure to the internet. It does work, folks. It works just like when you're doing it in your home lab. Anyway, coming back to this, so what we're going to do is on switch 1, interface range GI 0, 0 through 1, shut. Interface range GI this. Channel group 12 mode desirable. Yes, we can never let a lab shake us up and fluster us. Always push forward and never quit. And this is from a man with experience, folks. That engineer mindset, right? Like, oh, I gotta solve this problem. You don't necessarily have to solve the problem, right? Get basic connectivity up, move on. Time is, the clock is running, right? All right, there was an issue on router 1. And I believe it was ping 10.10.12.2. Yeah, this is the wrong. Show run interface GI 112 0112. Oh, it's 10.1.12.1 should be, yeah. 10.1.12.1. Okay, and let's note that here. That was a change that we made. Okay, and this is going to be our switch 1 configuration. And switch 2. Plenty of space here. We're going to take this. Actually, switch 1 needs 1, 0 through 3. No, that's not right. Switch 1, 0 through 1 is 14. switch 0, 2 through 3 is 13. So we're going to do this. Switch warp mode trunk. 1, 2 through 3, 12, 1, 0 through 1, 14, 0, 2 through 3. Okay, so on switch 2, yes, we're going to do that. 1, 2 through 3, yes, looks good. Okay, switch 3 will be zero, 2 through 3. And it'll be 13. And switch 4 will be 1, 0 through 1. Yeah. Desirable. We could do auto here. Actually, we're going to do that. Just okay. Cool, cool. All right, switch 1. Let's pop this in the config here. Is already part of a channel with a different type of protocol enabled. That's okay, so change it, right? Show, run, interface GI. Oh, it did not change it? Do you have to do no first? All right, so we learned something. So that's why we're using Notepad here, right? Because we can do no channel control mode active. So we have to take it out first. That's kind of... All right, who's the programmer that came up with this for the parser? I want to know. Who did this? Who thought that that was a good idea? All right, so let's try this again, folks. There we go. And then switch 2. I'm just glad it wasn't something I missed. In a way, I guess I'm glad. I don't like losing all that time, but lesson learned. And I'm glad at least it was not something that obvious that I missed. I'll reserve that for later. That's going to happen. And you guys are going to be like, how did you miss that? I'll be like, okay, that's fine. You know, I missed it, but hey, remember that other time? I had it right the whole time. Okay, let's see if we get reachability now. It's not compatible. Do I have the wrong interfaces here or something? J1, 0 through 1. Switch 4, J1, 0 through 1. Oh, do I not have... I don't have the port channel interfaces in here. Okay, let's do that. That would help. Interface range, PO12 through 14. And switch to, oh, there's my alert. This will be 13. And this will be 14. All right, so let's try that again. Switch 1. Oh, they're changing to up. Okay. Yeah, they're good. Oh, this one isn't. All right, 14 is the only one that's mad. But let's put this in here anyway. Switch 3. And switch 4, something's going on over here. Let's see what he's griping about. I have a suspicion. Typically what this means is something is pasted in the wrong. Show ether channel summary. Oh, there's a 13 and okay. No interface. That's what happened. There was this dumb clipboard issues. Hashtag clipboard problems. And I don't blame the Mac. Just put it that way. Yeah, no channel group. So let's do this all over again. Okay. It's going up now. Show ether channel summary. All right, we're good. I'm going to take a quick break, folks. I'll be right back. And we're back. Mentor says, just finishing up 2.4 spanning tree. I'll wait for you. 3.0 PPPoE. Yeah, man, I miss these INE labs. These are fun, I have to say. And I just want to say thank you, everyone, for hanging out. I'm really enjoying it. I love doing this stuff. I know I complain. I get salty sometimes, but that's just trying to be efficient. And man, it's been great hanging out with you guys and gals, whatever the case may be. So, yeah. All right. So moving right along. Let's look at those requirements and trunking. It says switch one's port FA01. I have no idea what port that is, so I'm not going to worry about that. VTP. Okay, yeah, let's do some VTP here. So what we need is switch one is going to be the VTP server and the domain CCIE. Okay, so yeah, enjoy your positivity, buddy. Hey, no problem, man. Yeah, it's natural to get frustrated when we can't, but that's what this exam is all about. They're gonna, you know, all of us have worked. If you've been in networking any amount of time, you've had to work under pressure. And a CCIE, an expert, needs to be able to work under pressure, right? And stay CCC, calm, cool, and collected. All right, so we're going to do VTP domain CCIE, VTP server. It does not state the version here, but I assume, let me see if it's going to default to version 1. And it looks like the VLAN numbers that we're going to configure don't necessarily require that we change the VTP version. So just they don't have any rules here. So, all right, we'll do that. And then what we also want to do is configure VLANs 21, 22, 1. Okay. VLAN. We can't really do a range here, can we? Let's try it. Can we? Let's go over here. Switch 1. '21. Oh, you can. Okay, good. Yeah, let's do that. So VLAN 21 through 22, we should only have to do this on VLAN 1. 121 through 122, 124, 221 through 222, 239. And that should be all there is to it. Doesn't mention anything else in terms of VTP. By the way, let's check our trunks real quick. Show interface trunk. Good, yeah, we have 3 trunks. Oh, it's VTP mode server, right? Yeah, that's the default. So, but I'm going to put it anyway. And then on these guys, we're going to do switch 2. We will do VTP mode client on these switches. So let's go here. Oh, is there? Okay, what just happened there? How is there a dollar? How does that happen? Oh, I pasted this dollar, so that's why when I type conf t. Okay, I need to be careful about that. Need to be careful about these for sure, right? All right, switch 3 is going to be the same. And I know it says already set. We didn't really have to type that in. We did have to do VTP email client, but it's easier just to paste. All right, show VLAN brief. And there they are, show VTP status. Good, good. Okay, and then spanning tree, enable PVST, it already is. Configure switch 1 as the RPVST root bridge for all configured VLANs. Okay. Oh, rapid. Okay, read every word. Read every word. Enable per VLAN rapid spanning tree. Switch 1, 2, 3, and 4. Figure switch 1 is RPVST root bridge for all configured VLANs. Okay, so what we want to do here is, it also says ensure that no topology chain TCNs are sent throughout the spanning tree if SW1's FA01 interface goes down up. I don't know what that interface is. SW01. I guess I could just pick one. Maybe that's GI01. All right, I'll pick that and we'll put the correct configuration on here. Basically, switch 1 is going to be spanning tree mode rapid. I'm doing that because I'm not sure about all the hyphens. And then we're going to say spanning tree VLAN 1 through 4094. Priority 0. Spannant. And then we'll say interface GI01. We don't, so that means it needs to be port fast. So spanning tree port fast. I guess I could put exit and then conf t in front of all these. I don't know, we'll figure that out. All right, so let's try this. Let's see if I got this right. Switch 1. That worked, and that worked. Good. Wait, is that right? 4094? There's one way to find out. Oh, you say port fast trunk. Is it a trunk? Well, I have it shut down, but I don't have it. See, I don't know where that's supposed to go, mentors, because there's no layer 2 diagram. Oh, it's supposed to go towards a server? Is the server on the diagram? I thought I had the diagram open here on my window closure. Window closure. Yeah, it did say to configure something back before, and I just ignored it. So that's fine. Yeah, if it is a trunk. But what did it say in an earlier? Oh yeah, configure SW's port FA01 as a static 802.1q trunk link. All right, I'll put that in, even though was like a bridge to nowhere. I didn't know where we were supposed to go. So switch port trunk incap.1q, switch port mode trunk, spanning tree port fast trunk. Let's try that. Yeah, good point. Good point. I'd been just ignoring this, but anyway, all right. You can't ignore it on the exam, right? It's just this lab is not updated, right? The lab says FA01 and no idea where that goes on the viral image. But anyway, we'll run with it. So spanning tree. Okay, so let's continue with the other switches, and these are all just going to say spanning tree mode rapid. So we're going to put that here, and we're going to put that here, and we're going to put that here. Okay, so let's configure the switches now. Copy paste, man. Yeah, I shortened it. I wasn't sure. Sometimes if I'm not sure about the hyphen, I'll just shorten it for time. But you're right. If you wanted to spell it out, it would be spanning tree mode rapid hyphen PVST. But if we do a show run spanning, oh, I forget it's not a router. It adds it. Yep, good. So let's check. Let's verify. Show spanning tree. VLAN 21. And our root bridge. Look at that, priority 21. So that's definitely, it took. That's got to be a root bridge there. Good. All right, now we're on WAN technologies. Thanks, mentors. All right, PPPoE. Wow, this is where I got stuck at the walk-in self-paced lab in Orlando. You know, I tried to take on, I think it was the config section, and I got to this, and I never did get through this. So what I'm going to do on this is look it up. I did study this a good bit for. So we're gonna pretend like we're gonna check the docs CD, right? Oh, you're stuck. Okay, let's check it out. So let's go to configuration guides. This is under interfaces. It should be, at least as I recall. Let's see, IP, fast serial interfaces. Oh, encapsulation type. We don't want to worry about that at the moment. I thought it was under here. Point. PPPoE. Okay, so it's not on this page. Could it be? This is one of the things that I hope to memorize before the. In fact, we're going to do an Anki card on this, by the way. I think there is one in the other. I'm not going to do it before I do the lab, right? But when we finish this section, we're going to do an Anki card because I want to memorize this. But in case I don't, I want to be able to find it very quickly. Here it is. What did I look at? Okay, I went to interface and hardware component. That's where I thought it was. So let's go there again and just check. Configuring LAN interfaces. How about serial? There it is. Okay, let's see if we get a configuration example. Configuring. Does it not let me search on here? Multi-link PPP, okay. PPP chap, yeah. I figured if they're going to do a PPP interface, they're going to make you do chap. Okay, it doesn't. Yeah, it does not have that here. Could it be under virtual interfaces? No. Virtual multi-point interface. Yeah, we need to know where this is. And I thought for sure it was under. So it's not under that section. I don't know what's happening right now. Like, I have no idea what's happening on the Cisco Docs page. That's not anything new, though. Let's see if we can find it. Application broadband. Oh, I'll bet it's here. I'll bet you it's here. Yeah. You've got the client and the server. So client, we're going to do, let's see, what interface is this? Between R1 and R3, establish the session over the GI 113 interface. Configure R3 as the server and R1 is the client. Okay, so what we're going to do over here is router 1. We know he's up here. And we're going to say configure terminal interface GI0 113. And this is the client. So R1 is the client. Okay, we want to remove the IP address. So we need to know what that is. Show run interface GI0 113. It says remove the IPv4 address, leave the IPv6 address. Okay, fine. I'm going to say no IP address. And then we're going to add that to the dialer interface, right? Okay, that's an ATM interface. This is a prior to 12.213t. This is after 12.213t. Very important distinction. This is on an Ethernet interface. Okay. So I'm assuming you got this part. It's just the chat part that's probably failing you, I'd imagine. But I'll get there in a sec. So we're going to say PVPoE client, dial pool number 1. Okay, then we do an interface dialer, and we're going to say IP address is this. Dialer pool 1, MT1492. Feature information. I don't know that we need this max payload, but I don't think it's going to hurt. Okay, now let's go to the example for the server. Feature information. Okay, providing protocol support of PPP over ATM. Upstream connection speed, providing session limit, managing PPO sessions. Okay, this is, I think, what we want here. Aggregation of PPPoE sessions, yeah. And hopefully they'll give us enabling PPPoE. Yeah, all right. So defining a PPPoE profile, can we just get the, I just want to copy paste this. Okay, so here we go. PPP profiles configuration, here we go. VPDN enable. We don't need all this. I do know that. Actually, let's just pick what we need because this is, we know we need this. So this is going to be router 3. And I want to go to, you know what? I think I'm already going to change my mind about where to put things. This is going to get so big. Okay, we're going to want to do VPDN enable. And we're going to want to do a VPDN group. Says I need BBA. Yeah, that's here. I don't think we need we don't need, this is a lot of what we don't need. I wish that had a simpler. Yeah, I think we need VPDN group. Maybe not. We definitely need this. I think we need a global and for the group. Yeah, template, but I think that if you add it here, okay, we'll try it. We'll see. VPN group 1, we don't want. Protocol is going to be. I'm going to try it without that. And I'm going to keep going. That was my little alarm, but okay, yeah, then we do on the interface PPPoE enable group. I believe we do need that. I wonder if I could just go with global. I'm going to do that. We're going to do this on the interface. The interface is going to be Ethernet or gigabit Ethernet 013. So we're going to say interface GI0113. Sorry. PPPoE enable group global. And here's our virtual template interface that you're talking about. Yeah. I think. Yeah, we can do unnumbered. And can we use? Yeah, we have to do the same over here. So on router 3, Yeah. Paste issues. Select paste. Select paste. Pasting, third world pasting problems. This one has chap, good, so they'll have an example. So we're going to say this first time really touching R3. And the interface is, do we need to configure the interface later? Let's see. I'm going to say no IP address. Yeah, I guess we have to do this. Yeah, it says keep keep that. Good catch. Good catch. We don't need that. We don't need that. Okay, virtual template. This is cool, man. Doing labs together. This is awesome. All right, where did our example go? Yeah, we're not using a pool, so that's going to be even easier. Okay, so not much here. All right, so let's try the BBA. This I'm not sure about. Although I think we do need it. We're going to find out. Let's first do router. Let's look at that chat. It's not going to show us the client side. That's okay. I think we can figure that out. PPP authentication chap. What does it say that we have to authenticate? Oh, that's next. I haven't even looked at that. Okay, so yeah, we'll get to that in a moment here. I want to see if I can get the interface up prior to achieving, we want to get the protocol running here. All right, so let's go to router 1. Let's do this. Interface GI01, I know, me too, man. It's GI0113, no IP address. That's all we have to do, really. And we're going to say PPPoE client dial pool number 1. PoE client. Yeah, that's all we're worried about. Let's see, the router should use our hostname or password. Yes, that's correct. So now let's click configure interface dialer number 1, IP address .1.13.1, dialer. I don't see dialer pool. Well, there's dialer. What did I do wrong? Dialer. Okay, pool 1, MTU 1492. This is important. I wonder if that's even enough. It does have 8. Yeah, this is generally the recommended if I remember correctly. Okay, I'll get to chat in a minute. I want to make sure the interface comes up without authentication first, because this can be tricky. Okay, so router 3. I'm going to try it without this first. BBA, yeah, we only need global as far as I know. Not trying to get fancy here, folks. All right, so let's try this. Okay, virtual template 1 and interface virtual access 1 is up. And we're going to do this. Okay, that worked. And then our interface virtual template. Okay, let's see if that does it. Show interface chat 0113. Line protocol is up. That's good. That doesn't mean show PPPoE derives. This is cool. I like this. Group global. Okay. Let's try to ping across it. 100.1.13.1. Okay, so we have the virtual access 1 is up, but this one is down. Virtual template is down. Okay, show run virtual. Show run derived. Oh, okay. Derived config interface virtual template. Okay, not much to that. Show PPP all. It's failing on LCP pure address, doesn't know it. Negotiation fail. All right. Let's see then if we do need the, maybe we do VPDN enable. VPDN group 1. Oh, you get the same? All right. Domain global. Okay. Now let's see, show IP interface brief. Virtual template is still down. Okay. Show derived config interface virtual access 2. About 1. Oh, the MTU. Okay. All right, so we're missing something. Request dial-in. Am I missing that? Put this over here. Conft VPDN group 1 request dial-in. Do we need this other, like another VPN group? Because maybe those are just the global settings. Let's try that. BBA group PPPoE R1. Virtual template 1. And then let's go back to VPDN group 1. Request dial in. Dial pool. I don't know. No, I'm not sure about for the server. It doesn't have it in this example. We're going to do domain is R1. Okay, yeah, let's go back to the interface. T interface GI0 113. PoE enable group R1. Let's see, here they're using a loopback. Let's do that. Let's use a loopback. So I'm going to do a show IP interface brief. And we're going to do a new interface L1 since it's router 1. And we're going to say, oh, actually, we need to take it off. Oh, I did end up doing this, by the way. So I did. Let's update this. Request dial in. We did domain R1. And we did BBA group. R1. PPD and enable group. We changed this. The R1. And then we want to take this interface. Where do we put this interface? That's not a correct. Oh, PPPoE. Okay, I liked it. Show run section BBA. How's it getting that IP address? I'm lost now. Oh, in the virtual template. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to say interface virtual template 1. No IP address. And we're going to say interface loopback 1 IP address 100.1.13.3. And we're going to associate that to trying to think if I've even ever configured this side. I think I have. Let's see. All right, so let's go back to our. I know this really looks like we're just kind of shooting in the dark here a little bit, and we absolutely are. Interface virtual template 1. IP unnumbered loopback 1. We also need to apply that to Oh yeah, it's probably gonna get me too, man. I don't know. We'll see if I can get it. Not sure. I think the somewhat of the kicker here is that we are using a static IP on the other end. That's not typical. Almost always you do use the HCP, right? In the real world, but I could see a use case for this. All right, show, run, brief. We're just gonna look at the whole thing. There's somewhere else I think I need to put IP unnumbered. BPD in group 1. Yeah, absolutely. If you got a suggestion, go for it. There's something else in the VPDN group. I don't know that we need it, but it says domain global. I don't know where that came from. Show, run, brief. Okay, BBBA group 1. Or global. Okay, that should be all we need there. Interface GI0/113, encapsulation.1Q13, IPv6 address, PVPoE enable group R1. Okay, that looks right. Okay, then if we go down to interface virtual template 1, IP unnumbered loopback 1. Okay, show is now into a group effort, lol. Yeah. Yeah, this is still down. The one thing I think I'm missing here, at least from this example, oh, do we do the, hold on a second, interface, virtual template 1. Ah, okay, this has the, okay, this has a different example. I found a better example. And that is here. VLAN support and Ethernet. Each VLAN will not use up a separate subinterface. Yeah, so I don't know if this is the right example. We're going to try it. Okay, you found another link. Okay, cool. So we're going to say no interface L1. interface virtual. I think what I was missing here is the MTU. That's why it's not coming up. IP address. What is the stupid IP address here? 101.13.3. MT 1492. And then interface GI0113. This shows you how to configure it over a range of VLANs on the VLAN range configured on the main interface. Interesting. So show run interface GI01. Yeah, that's the little bit of a trick here, right? Is we're doing it over a sub interface. What are the VLANs on this? Show run interface GI0. Show IP interface brief. Yeah, it still hasn't come up, so VLAN range. There's only one that needs it though. 13. Okay. VLAN range dot 1Q13. Yeah. This is not what we want. All right, show PPP OE all. Debug PPP. Well, let's see what we get in terms of debug. So we're getting all the way to pads, but you know, that's the final stage is pads. Pad E, Pad O, Pad R. And cap string prepared, access ID, handle allocated, A, unique ID. PPP forwarded created, service, okay. Data path set to PPP, segment provision. Unprovision, okay. All right, let's see, it's getting stuck somewhere. Event SSM provision, state LCP negotiation. So we're trying to negotiate the link protocols, debug LCP, negotiation. Magic number. Faces down. Wow, so it almost looks like it requires authentication. No remote authentication. That may not be an error though. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Establishing. Treating connection as a call-in. Session handle. Event open. No remote authentication for call-in. That's okay. Somewhere up here, LCP failed to negotiate. What did it fail to negotiate? Got it. R3 BBA group PPPO global virtual template 13. I thought I had that configured though. Show run. BBA group PPO global virtual template. Yeah, see, I already have that. I'm not using global though. I suppose I could. Let's see. So did yours come up after that? Yes, I'm using interface GI0113 PPPoE enable group. Could do global. Where's the virtual template at? PTA, okay. Pain in the ass. Yeah. 100.1.1301. Yeah, man, break it. So GI0113 PPPoE enable group global. Interface virtual template 1 MT1492 IP address. I'm going to check out that link. I wanted to find this in the Cisco documentation, but okay, VPDN enable. Oh, I don't have the protocol here. That's the problem. I think. VPDN group. Yeah, okay. Group 1, protocol. Oh, first I have to do request dial in, protocol PPPoE. No? Links, so many links. Link problems. I have no idea what happened to that link. Oh, there it is. How did you get up there? Come back down here. VPDN group. Accept dial-in, protocol PPPoE. Okay, that's, I don't have all that stuff. Request dial-in, yes. Yeah, I don't have these options. VPDN group 1. Oh, it's accept dial-in. Aha. Accept dial-in protocol. There we go. Protocol, hopefully. Yes. This will be PPTP, right? Point to point. No, that's not PPTP. Links, screens, windows, help. The lower couple for you can run into when trying to use OSPF. This can be using, okay. Client. Okay, here's another server. Which one is which? Here's client server. Okay, this is using DHCP. This doesn't tell you what it's using. This has its own IP address, okay. Server is this. This is what we want. This does not have the BBA though. And there's lots of stuff in here, man. People are hey, good job, mentors. I'll hopefully be there with you in a minute. All right, there are so many. All right. The problem is, and this is what I would challenge mentors, is can you find the configuration that you used in the Cisco documentation? Because if you need to do it in the lab, where would you go to find it? That's the big if, right? All right, I'm going to take the same configuration here. I don't get these same options though. Yeah, this example I don't need. We're not doing DHCP. Here's another server example. Okay, yeah, so that's what I really would like. Surely there's got to be an example somewhere, but maybe there's not. I'm going to check my videos because I remember. You know what? I think they actually removed it, to be honest. All right, this is all like, I don't care about this stuff. Okay, client, server. Here's another server. All right, so this would be interface GI0113. Dial pool number 1, which you already... Yeah, it mentioned the BBA group. What is missing? That's what it's going to be curious to see. What is missing from the example in the Cisco doc and the line or two or whatever that actually works. GI0113. Do I have this? Maybe I don't have that. Let's check router 3. Show run interface Ethernet GI0113. Huh, this just says PVPoE enable. Which, hey, if that works, I'm fine with that. That's simpler. And then it has a virtual template with the IP address, right? I did change the MTU here. And then we have the show run section VPDN group. Default L2TP VPDN group. I didn't put that there. Configuring people in BBA group note. Okay. All right. Thank you, mentors. I'll check. So it looks like you have, maybe you could piece it together from 2 different Cisco documents. VPDN group 1, accept dial in. I know I haven't been taking, I'm going to actually probably get off here in about 15 minutes, folks, for a little dinner or something. But let's see if we can get this knocked out before. Okay, I should be able to type in now. Oh, without, yeah. So it does not give me the option here, the protocol. I don't think I had this though. Default L2TP, yeah, show run brief. It's almost like it did not take that configuration. So is it PPTP? I thought that was something else. VPDN group. It's just not completing the configuration. So we're going to go with accept dial in. Protocol PP. Now let's see, show run. So I thought PPTP was something different. Okay, so that is all configured on the server. And then we need the BBA group, right? Let's take out that one. Well, either way, we're definitely going to memorize this. Does it mention BBA here? It doesn't. It's that other article. No, 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 no. Ah. Tab issues. Tabs. Work tabs. Thank you. Cisco 1000 series. Okay. Yeah, I think I looked at this. Does it require the max sessions? Okay, in a BBA group, PPPoE, global. Virtual template 1. Okay, I have that. Optional, optional, optional. You do need the group. Okay. Attach the BBA group to the VLAN. Thought I had that. Let's see. This is one of those things where you don't really need to know a lot about the protocol itself. You just need to memorize like a set of very cryptic commands to make it work. I mean, I actually did a good bit of study on PPPoE and what it's used for, how it works, troubleshooting LCP issues. But this is just like hold your nose here, put your other finger on this, lift up one. It's one of those scenarios, which is part of the CCIE, right? So this reminds me of some customers like VPN tunnel configurations are. This reminds me of some of those, the more esoteric ones. Okay, so interface GI0113, I think. And then protocol PPPoE, no. Yeah, there's no protocol. I know this is a different platform. Windows, frames, protocol PPPoE group. This says protocol. Well, let's check. Yeah, I tried to go this route earlier. Okay, I'm having. Why can't I just go to this window real easily? Not sure. Interface GI01. Oh, your day's ready. Man, this has been such a great session, mentors. Tell you what, I don't really know yet, but let me hit you up on Discord. Or you hit me up too. If you're going to start again, we'll partner up, my friend. I'm really not sure. It won't. If so, it won't be right after dinner. It might be a little later after dinner. If you don't mind, can you post your config in Discord? Just in case, right before you leave, if you don't mind. For your server and your client. If you don't have time, that's cool, because I know it's dinner. Dinner's dinner. When wifey says dinner, I understand, my friend. It's been awesome. Now I know how you and Show are having so much fun. Okay, enable group global. Yeah, I already have that. Thank you, sir. It still says down. Okay. I know I guess I could always look at the the solution. Yeah, why don't I just do that, because we're deep into like trivia mode now. And trivia mode is, in my book, often an unproductive mode to spend a lot of time on. You just go to robotic, just turn me into robot and I'll memorize it. You know what I mean? Especially if you don't have it anywhere. I understand, yes, Cisco, test my knowledge on your documentation, on me being able to find things in your documentation. But if you don't have it in your documentation, at least not the complete documentation, then I'm just gonna memorize it, and you can, I'll go robot mode on you. So that's fine. All right. So we are in the answer key now, and let me see what I've got. And what I'm gonna do, dialer pool number, I have that on the client. All right, so let's look. Show run interface jazz 0113. Okay, this does not, let me take that off. Interface jazz 01. No PPPoE enable, which is interesting that you would. I guess that's, by doing dial pool number, that's a given, maybe. Show run interface dialer 1. Ah, this is what I'm missing. Encap PPP. Dialer pool number. So my client was not. Where are these extra characters coming from? Okay, it's saying I don't need interface dialer 1, no MTU 4092. And that's all it has. Okay, and then on router 3, show run interface jazz 0113. Okay, that looks good. Show run section BBA group. Yeah, there's nothing fancy here. No MT 1492. Okay. No VPDN enable. That was that's fine. clear PPP. Okay, yeah. Cisco documentation fail. For sure. Wow, this is way easier than what the documentation seemed to indicate. I don't see, yeah, it's there. Okay. Ping 100.1.13.1. Show PPP all. So recycle the interface. Encapsulation.wiki13. Show run section. VBA group. I wonder if this is even supported. Virtual template 1, yeah, everything looks good there. Show run interface jazz 0.1.13. Oh, it's not here. I thought I put it here. Interface jazz 0.1.13. PPPoE client dial pool number 1. And there it goes, finally. Oof. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do flashcards real quick before I drop the session here, folks. I'm gonna add a flashcard. We're gonna say PPPoE client configuration with static IP. Interface Jazz01. No IP address. PPPoE client dial pool number 1. Interface dialer 1. Encapsulation PPP. Dialer pool 1. IP address 10.10.10.1. Okay, that is going to go under layer 1, well 2. And we're going to do PPPoE server configuration for client with static IP. Interface Jazz01. No IP address. PPPoE enable group global. PBA group PPPoE global. Virtual template 1. Interface virtual template 1. We got to memorize this. IP address .10.10.2. Okay, got it. All right, folks, thanks for hanging out. I will be back. Actually going to say, I need to save where I'm at here. And then we'll shut down the lab as the clock is running. And we'll see if we may or may not come back this evening or tomorrow. Either way, we're going to get through this. This is great. This is good stuff. Identifying for sure areas that need bolstering. Cool. So close these windows. And we're going to do, we're not going to export configs. Close, close, and then we will stop the VM. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Definitely check us out on the in Discord, and we'll stay up to date. And you can also talk about any, you know, kind of, if there's any areas you're stuck in, let us know. We'll do what we can to try to help out. Thanks so much for stopping by. You all can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and of course here. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and we'll see you either tonight or tomorrow morning back here in the lab, here in the Land Tamer stream. Talk to you soon.